All righty, now I think looks like it's almost there. All right, looks like we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, let's take a peek back here at uh, where we were yesterday and what we're looking at and talking about doing. So what we did was open a file, and we had seen some tools to help us identify some things about it. We looked at our drawing inspector, which let us choose things like layer names and elevations, different things we might want to look at there. We looked at our, again, on the inquiry menu, the layer inspector, which let us walk through the layers to make sure we had everything um, situated on the proper layers, etc., that we wanted. And then we saw our 3D viewer such that we could verify some elevations, and we saw some particular problem areas that we may or may not need to fix. And most notably, things like over here on these outside banks where these contours have some issues there, over in here. So for the purposes of what we're doing, not really worth trying to resolve. We also saw how when we make a surface and we have these sharp nose shaped contours, that we need to do a couple of things to make sure that we can get that reflected correctly. We either have to draw in some lines that we call break lines that run down those peaks, down those surfaces, or I'm sorry, down those features, which are either ridge lines or the bottoms of valleys or swales and ditches. And then how though that we take those lines and bring them up to the proper elevations that they need to be, as we let them intersect other things that have some elevation, in this case these contour lines. And when they do that, it raises those features up to those elevations, and then we can use that in our modeling to make sure that we have captured that stuff correctly. Another shortcut switch to that we may have seen or may recall was when we built that surface. And again, we did this with our command triangulate and contour. And we saw the switch here that says minimize flat triangles. And that's something that we can do if we don't really have the time or the inclination to sit down and trace out all of those, valley bottoms or crest lines, ridge crests, through all the contours. Now, as part of this discussion here too, and this is because it's so prevalent and so common, we've been talking about the whole time establishing these terrain models from these contour lines, because sometimes, and most of the times even, that's really all that we have to go on. That's all that they've given us, because that existing ground, probably was compiled either by, field survey or potentially by aerial mapping, some photogrammetric works and whatever. And they really came back with, they started with some things with basically just some 3D elevations and a lot of break lines to begin with. they had no contours, and they used the computer somewhere to look at all that stuff together, build a surface, and come up with those contours. And then that's what they gave us. That's what we inherited from the process. However, when we build a surface out of that information, we are inevitably going to lose information. We're not going to have as accurate a surface as the people who created the contours if all they give us are the contours, because we have no information about what happens in between each contour. The only thing we can assume in those particular conditions is that the ground between the contour lines changes in a linear fashion. In other words, the slope changes evenly and consistently in between each of the contour lines. So in reality, though, what might happen is that we have a localized high point or low point that is not enough to trigger a new contour, but it's still part of the surface originally. So we've lost that kind of information. Now, that's not the end of the world, but just realize that contour lines are a pretty poor source of surface information, but it's almost always the only thing that we're going to get when it comes to particularly to existing conditions. Now, what this particular site has, or this particular drawing, is those as existing contours. And just to get those turned off and out of the way for the moment, I'm going to go to our view menu and freeze a layer by pick. And I'll pick each of the contour lines and labels there, and have them turned off. Well, then this is what's left. Notice there are no finished grade contours. They didn't give me a grading plan per se, in the sense that, here's a change of grading, I got a bunch of contours. That is really more typically what we will have. In this case, what I do have are a bunch of spot elevations and building pad elevations. All right, so again, my goal is to take these from being flat, zero elevation polylines to give them some elevation, whether they're still two-dimensional and flat and have a single elevation, or in the case of, say, this curb line with all of these indicators around here, I need to basically, start at a starting point, set that elevation, go to the next point, set that elevation, go to the next point, set that elevation. And we did that with this command under elevate. We, again, almost everything what we're doing is 2D to 3D polyline, and we did that one with by text with leader. And, we then told it the layers these things were on, which things we wanted to raise, which of the texts that we want to use, etc. So if I select this line, you might notice little grips show up everywhere there's a leader, because that's where, and originally we only had a grip here. This is everywhere there's a vertex in this feature, I have a grip. The original feature only had one here and one here, but because we said that command elevate 2D to 3D by text and leader, it goes to wherever it sees that leader hit, reads the elevation, applies it to that three-dimensional line at that point. Okay. Now, why there's so many in here? Because originally in 2 dimensions, this came around and this was a true arc. Well, if you make it differing elevations, turn it into a 3D polyline, it cannot do that with an arc, it has to do it with individual line segments. Because once you take an arc, what looks like an arc in plan view, and if you raise up, one corner higher than the other, you've physically stretched that feature in three-dimensional space. It still looks like an arc when you look straight down on it, but you've technically, say in this case, 1810 and 1815, so it's higher on this corner. So it's as if I took that and just pulled it straight up in the air, higher than this one. So if I then take that, now I imagine it's raised up, say at a 45-degree angle. So if I, reposition myself to this 45-degree offset line and look down at this thing, it's no longer arc shaped. It's now stretched out. It's elongated. So it can't, it doesn't have a means of producing that as a curved or an arc based structure. So the only way it can do it here to turn into three dimensions is to essentially take that original circle and sample it into these individual segments. Okay, and it's just just a limitation of not the software, but it's a limitation of three-dimensional geometry. So it brings up a number that I want you to be aware about. And I'll show you if I can. Let's draw a circle or draw an arc. Let me draw a circle. Let's see, we'll call that one, just make it a 3-point circle. And I'll go from here to here to here. All right, now, whoops. Let me make this a different color so you can see the difference as we zoom in. Now, this original, let's see if I can. There we go. So the original condition was there was an arc here and it turned it into the green segmented piece. Okay. So how it does that is it reads that original circle and then it starts dropping down points to turn it into those individual straight line segments. So there's two measurements here. There's two things that are going on or potentially going on. You have a distance here that goes, in this case, let's see here now. I could take this one to this direction. Yeah, so you've got this. You got this distance here. Let me get rid of these strays. You got that distance right there. That's called the external, or it is the segmented offset from the original arc. And then you've also got this distance that goes from this point to this point. Okay. And that is the line segment length. Okay, that's the length of the line segment. That is the offset of the line segment. And what that means, where you'll see that number, is in two places. One, we look under settings and configure. And I think Heath, yours will be settings, Carlson configure, and you're going to look under general settings. Okay. So Marissa, yours will be Same thing, but a little bit smaller pick menu here, but you still have the same general settings. Now, the numbers we're talking about is right over here in this right-hand side, the remove arcs. And you would tell it when you have to do something, when the computer has to remove that arc and create this segmented approximation of it, which method do you want to use? Do you want to use the maximum offset, which is this value right here, or do you want to use the chord length, and that's the length of each of those segments? Okay, so you're just simply telling it that when you do that, I want you to find the chords, the straight line pieces, and create them such that the maximum offset I will accept is this value. I normally run mine at about 0.02 because otherwise, and that would make this allowed separation off of this 2/100ths of a foot. Okay, it's still kind of tiny. I'm not really going to be able to see that very easily on the ground, but it doesn't put so many points out here that I've generated an undue amount of triangles. Or you could choose to take to generate chords such that those chords are always going to be this number long. Okay, so that's where you'll see that set of numbers there. Oops, into that 0.02. I might as well leave it up there. Okay, and then you'll also see it here when if you happen to run drawing cleanup. Again, on the file menu for you, Heath, on the takeoff menu for the R10 and 11 versions, under drawing cleanup, there is these particular numbers here that on this, let me just clear these, to remove arcs from polyline. This particular cutoff value, and you notice it doesn't have to match. It does for me, but that, you know, they can be different if I so choose. Okay, so it's using the offset value for that. Okay, and when you run this command, regardless of your preference that you've told it, if you said I want to use the chord length, but if you run this command, it's going to do this and use the offset. That's not to say that the offset is the preferred way to do it or the better way to do it. It's just that's what this command uses, and that's where you can set this number. Let's see, what else do we need to know about that? Oh, just whenever you're running this command, you need to make sure that you check these things out. Don't just blindly take that as a step and say run drawing cleanup and just leave, have the default set on and hit go. Understand what it is that these are going to do and only do the things that you might need to do. Okay. One of the things to be careful of is this one right here called join line work with same endpoints. Okay, and that's particularly bad, or not bad, but potentially dangerous in the case of putting together contour lines. Now, and we're going to do that here in just a minute to this drawing. While I'm at it here, let me get rid of this stuff that I drew to illustrate that point. But one thing that we may notice is when we had these contours, see how these are all each just these little individual pieces, and I may want to turn those into single entities. So I'm going to be interested in doing that in this case. Now here's why it's a problem. If you join things up with the same endpoints, is that you may have a situation like this where, this line comes in and it gets, or here, this line comes in here and it's close by a line from another, another line that really is not supposed to connect, but we're going to give it a value to allow it to go across a certain gap length. And if we do that, it can sometimes connect up the wrong line work. So you'll have to, pay attention to that. Here's an example. Like this contour probably comes around here, comes up here, and then cuts back this way. But it might decide as it's doing it that, hey, this distance is closer, so I'm going to go from here, jump to here, and go this way instead of going back the way it works. So you just blindly turn that on and hit the go button and say, connect up line work with the same endpoints, and you're going to wind up with some issues that we may or may not have intended. So just be aware of the potential of that as a problem. Here I can look at this and see. Now the only good thing that helps me here on this particular drawing is that I have elevations on these lines already, so I know what elevation they're supposed to be. So that's an 819. This one is an 820. Okay, so but most often than not, I would get a condition where that line might join to this line because it's closer. In this particular case, it wouldn't, because there's an endpoint exactly on it. It will continue this direction, but you get the idea that there can be some issues that you may or may not need to pay any attention to. Okay, so won't beat that dead horse any further, I promise. So now I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off again just to get some clutter out of the way. Oops. And I'm doing that with the command freeze layer by pick, and then I was picking those things until they got out of my way. Now, so what we did, and we'll do this again with these particular tools, is we took that curb line, the original what were 2D polylines, and we ran the command to elevate them by text and leader, had it read all of these labeled information and set those to that particular elevation. And then we saw this line around our original site. Now the data that was prepared put that on a layer called perimeter, and it sort of just forms a boundary within which we're going to run the calculations. So the assumption is, if you use that as a boundary, that it's just going to chop off all the elevations or all of the modeling and keep it from that point in. But the reality is, when you're building this parking lot and this site, you're going to put this parking lot edges up to the elevations that you see in the leaders, but then you've got to get that edge tied back down to the original surface. And if you just follow the tutorial that's in the that steps you through this example, and it's not bad to do this. I'm not trying to be critical of that tutorial. I'm just saying that it shows you step 1, start the program; step 2, open the drawing; step 3, run drawing cleanup. Just to blindly do it, and then it uses that as the boundary, and then just include. just takes that originally drawn boundary and says, don't look at anything outside of this. So it's not really the way you should be doing it, but it's a way to sort of limit what you're dealing with, so you don't have to go into all of this extra stuff that we did. But we want to do this as correctly as we can. So we took our original line here and we said, okay, I want you to tell me where it is you're going to touch down on the that original ground if I were to build you. And so I've got these red lines here that are representing areas of cut. I've got my blue lines that represent areas of fill, and that came from our command design pad template in the modular version. I'll turn this back off. That came from our surface menu and design pad template, where we filled out things like what is our target. Well, that's going to be an existing ground or design surface or other surface. Now, we made a separate named surface that we did not call this existing ground, which is sort of a specialized target. We could have done that. We could have built the existing ground from these contours and let it ride and say that's our existing ground, our target, based on telling it what layers it were and let it go to build it. But we went to the effort of building that as a separate named surface so we could identify, like those ditch areas and such like that. And so because we did that and gave it a name, we chose other surface as our target. We told it which direction, inside or outside. We're going to go outside of that bounded line that we saw for the parking lot. And we set up some slope limitations, the distance on this side polyline spacing, and the fact that we're going to draw those side polylines. I didn't want to do any calculations on those pad elements as a separate surface. Could have, but didn't want to in this case. All I want to do is generate the line work, and we'll use that to represent some things on our future ground, and just a little bit when we set those up as our target. So what we did then was to generate all of that, and I'm going to do some further freezing here. I'm over in the other program. I hadn't done this part yet on this one. So I'll get some of this stuff turned out of the way. Okay. So what we wound up doing then was to take that outside parking lot that we did elevate, and we ran that design pad template against as a target surface that existing ground that we built independently, so that we had it generate all of the 3D line work that pad would require to have that be constructed. And we saw that it created these, and we had some areas that were a little because the geometry was so tight, it might have generated some areas that had a little bit wonky geometry, and we saw some tools that we used to smooth out those or to reshape what the line work looked like in that area, because it's in areas that are really tight where it's changing direction too quickly. it can generate some issues and some weird overlaps, and you'll get some errors when you go to build your surfaces that you can most of the time just sort of ignore. But if you're really going to be a stickler for how this stuff is going to get built, then that's some of the tools that you can use, is to just start being familiar with these three-dimensional tools, and you're going to find mostly those tools on this elevate menu. 2D to 3D polyline is how you're going to set 2Ds up to 3Ds, and then you're going to see things like edit and assign polyline elevation, so that you can control. Let's go back to this example here. You know, you can control these individual points based on whether you lock them down as control points and then let the elevations be interpolated in between the control points. You can then, you know, set this. You can set this income. See there, I have a slope and an elevation, so I can actually set it at a specific slope if I know it, or set it to a specific elevation, etc. And I get a little preview of my little figure right in here. In this version, I don't see that in the other version, but that's just a difference in the two versions. The command itself, though, works the same. So getting familiar with those tools and the ability to work in 3 dimensions is going to be, you know, of some, well, let's call it, I guess you could call it some vital concern. It's just it's a skill that will develop. Okay, let me put it that way, because it's not something that we necessarily know coming out of the gate, but that's something that I would encourage you to always use. That always use your eyes, always verify this stuff. I have an example of one that we can look at. I was looking at the other day with another client, that we raised the edges of a road based on it crossing some contour lines, and there was one of the contour lines had a bad elevation on it, and so the road, you know, goes bebopping along, and it hits that contour line, and it puts this giant spike in the edges of that road. And when you're looking at it just plan view top down, you don't see that kind of stuff. So, you know, get familiar with that 3D viewer, or, you know, view it within the drawing in some fashion. We want to be able to do that. Now, let's get this set. Turn off those layers, and here's what we're left with. I'm going to take, now that we have a new boundary, which is that line, okay, the outermost line of that pad polyline, I'm going to select this line. I'm going to turn this line into that line, and it just based on the layer it's on. Excuse me. So right now, this line, if I look at my properties, is on a layer called Pad 3D Park Lot. Okay. Because when we ran that design pad template to generate that line, we told that was our target layer. Excuse me. So what I want to do is to tell Takeoff to use this line as a boundary. And right now, this one has been drawn for us already, and with the intent that I would use that as the boundary. So I'm not going to use that one. Now, I could just, you know, highlight this and throw it away. And that's essentially what we're going to do. But I think it's already been set up. Let me take a look and see. If I go to my takeoff menu and go to the boundary polyline pull right command, you can see this is where you would set the boundary polyline. Or you can set some other particular things you might want to use, exclusions, inclusions, etc. So to see if something's already been set, now here's another clue, is on the in the R10 and 11 versions, on the help menu, you have this project checklist. Heath, on the modular, yours is on the takeoff menu, this project checklist. You're going to see the five, but before you can calculate volume, you're going to see the 4 basic things you have to do. We have to tell it, where things are. We have to tell which set of layers to look at for these targets. And we also have to put a boundary polyline as a minimum. This says done. So something's already been done to our system. We need, and if we're not sure of where that was or what that was, which line that might have been, we have a couple of tools to find that out. And it's right there on that menu, which again, the project checklist here, you see it's done on that drawing. So if we go to that menu, takeoff, boundary polyline, you can either just say set and change it right here, or you can clear any kind of, well, these are the exclusions, but this is the boundary. But now you could highlight the boundary area. And if you do that, you see that line comes on. So that tells me that that had been set, okay? And all it does is it highlights it. It does as the same thing as if I had hovered the mouse over it, okay? And you might have to issue a regen, this REGEN, to get that highlight to go away, but it's not, all it is just a visual thing. It hasn't actually changed any aspects of that. It didn't change the color or anything. It just did, just showed it where you, which one was highlighted. Now, that was the actual boundary. There's a couple of other things that you've got in that regard. You can also hatch the area, and you can choose a particular pattern that you want. We'll just take the defaults and colors and such. And so it's going to show you, by filling that area with a hatch pattern, what that is. Now that's useful to get a good overview of, hey, what is it that I'm looking at? Well, you can see that purple hatched area is only within that original bounded area, and I need to be actually looking at this bounded area. So now how do I get myself back? Well, I could select that and hit delete to get rid of it, or let's come back to the boundary polyline command, and we'll erase the hatch, erase the boundary hatch. That turns it back off and gets rid of it. So we see that we have this boundary. I want to use this boundary, so I'm just going to select this one, and if I hit delete, that goes away. Now I don't know that yeah, see, when I go back to my project checklist, because I threw it away, it now says, hey, that's missing. You need to go back and set that, so it knows what you've done in terms of the things that it needs. All right, so let's select that one and delete it, and we're going to use this now as our new boundary. Now, if you recall, we did this one to give us a boundary around that existing, around the existing contours, and that's what we built that surface out of. That's okay. All we're going to do with this new boundary now is say, everything that I compute, just go ahead and do it inside this circle, because I know I'm not doing anything out here. Okay, you could use this if you'd like. Okay, it doesn't matter which one that you use in that case, but there won't be any results. There's no differences in the existing ground and the design ground out in here. Okay, it only encounters differences inside of this line. So let's go ahead and set that. We'll go to the takeoff menu, boundary polyline, and set the boundary polyline. As soon as I can do it, boundary polyline, set the boundary polyline. It asked me to select the object, so I'm going to just click that boundary polyline and hit enter. Now, one thing is that that polyline has to be closed, and I select it and I look over here in my property and I see that it is indeed closed. So I've now set it, and to verify that it's there, I'm going to go to takeoff, boundary polyline, hatch the boundary area. I'll again take the defaults, and now I see that indeed I have the area that I intend to use. So I'll go back, takeoff, boundary polyline, and erase that boundary hatch. Okay. And I see on my target checklist, it's now telling me that part's done. Okay, now the key to having takeoff be able to work and decide what's existing, what's designed, is going to be identifying things on particular layers, excuse me, that represent designed or existing or everything else. We tell it what it is based on the layers that things are drawn on. That was why it was important earlier when we did that inquiry to do that layer inspector to make sure that things were on their proper layers. Now, I've turned all my layers back on. So view, thaw/on all layers. I'm just going to show you a couple of techniques that we're going to use to do that with. So the process we're doing now is going to be, this step here, we've done our cleanup, we've brought stuff in, we now are going to look at this. We've sort of skipped, one, we put the boundary on there because we already knew where the boundary polyline was. But let's now define some layers. And if you choose this command, it's this button on the toolbar that shows some layers stacked up, and you see that says to define the layer, surface, and material and subgrades, or on takeoff, again, in the order you typically do it, right there's the same command. All right, so we choose that. And that's where we saw we have 3 tabs at the top. We have existing, design, and other. And this is where, if you know the names of these layers, I can say, okay, I know I've got an index contour, an index depression, I've got index label, index contour. So I can take those from whichever of these tabs. I'll select, sorry. You can select, you control click, shift click, select a bunch of stuff. And then you come down here and you choose to put them on one of, say I'm on other, so I've got my choices to move them to either existing or design. Whichever one you choose, then you hit this move to button, it takes it from other and puts it over here on existing. I can do the same thing this direction. I'm going to do that this way. I'm going to actually select all of these and say move those to other. Boom, and it takes them from here and puts them back over here. Okay, now it starts out everything is in other because we haven't defined it yet. So we could define it by name, but an easier way of doing that is this. Let's go ahead and exit that command and don't save it. Instead of doing it that way, if you go to takeoff and say set layer for existing, layer for design, or layer for other, so that lets you do it by picking it with the mouse. And notice the icons. There's that little plus mark in the, the blue, the red, and the white. Over here, there's a plus mark in the blue, the red and white. It's the same commands here. So if I set for existing, it's now going to ask me down below here to select objects. So that's, that's what's down there in my command prompt. So I'm saying, hey, everything I click next, I'm going to say is existing. So I know it's going to be, I'll go up here in these depression areas. So I know I'm going to have, say this, and all I'm doing it is giving it an example of things that live on those layers. So I did a crossing that got, at least I got some index contours in there, I'm pretty sure, along with some intermediates. And then I also am going to get these depression contours and, anything else that you might have. And I'm going to go ahead and also select some of these labels. I notice I've got some different labels, but I want to see those on there just for reference. So I've now, identified one of the brown labels, one of the red labels right here, and, some of those contour lines as well. So when I choose that, and if yours changed colors, it probably did not yet. I'm going to show you that in a minute here. I'm going to go ahead and put this back. If yours did, you can just disregard that part. And now notice my cut and fill colors went away because I set those all to be by layer. That's okay. That's fine. But so now if I go back to that command, take off, define the layer surface material and such, and I look at my existing tab, you see these are the things that I picked. So it put them here just as if I had gone here and said move to, okay? Now we're going to do the next same thing with, we're going to define our layer for design. Now I know on my design layer, I've got this building pad, this pad, and I want to see, I'm going to get this piece of text. Now the text itself, and I'll take this text and maybe this parking lot. Now the text is not actually going to be used to create the surface, but I'm saying that it is going to be designed for a particular reason. And that's so that when I view what I tell it is design, I'll always be able to see the text. So right now, that's all it is. It's just going to be used as a label. So it's not going to be used as building the surface, but I can have it there just like I did the contour labels as part of that process. All right, so I now have the building pad, that text, this pad, that text. What else do I need to get? How about that back of curb line and one other. Remember these cut and fill lines, the skirts that I'm using essentially. And that's on that layer called Pad 3D Parking Lot. So now, and notice I'm not picking this text here yet necessarily. I can add it to it later. But I'm going to leave that part off for the moment. Now, I'll come back here and set my colors back. Now, what keeps happening, I keep changing my colors just because, that I'm more familiar with seeing this as based on the way it was defined in the layer. Now, here's what's going on with the colors. If you will go, well, let's see, before we do that, look under Takeoff, Define Layer, and now we've got some layers on our Design tab. as if I had gone here, picked them, and said move. Okay. So, and there's the pad for that skirt around there. I've got the building pad itself. I've got proposed curb, FC curb. That's probably, I think what he means by that is the face of curb. I'm not sure that that's exactly what that is. I think that's the back of curb. But anyway, that's the result of our pick. Now, what's going on with the color is this, and this is a key thing that is going to help us when we go to elevate our data. And I'm going to come over here in the modular version to illustrate the advantage of this as part of takeoff. When I am in, say, the civil module, and I'm just switching menus, I have a menu in civil that is called SiteNet, or yeah, it's called SiteNet. If I can find it, here it is. Okay. Notice those same things. Define the layer surface, set the target, set, here's my existing design and other, there's my boundary polyline. And then I've got the two main commands: make existing ground, make design surface, and then calculate total volume. So this is sort of like a mini version of takeoff in the civil module. But when I do this with civil, if I do not have the construction module, or in your case, Marissa, you've got R10, that is the construction module, that is takeoff, so you will always have this. But if I just had Carlson Civil and didn't have that other module, what I'm doing, even though I could still set it up in my settings, won't work. Okay, so that's why if I do have this, that's a great example. So I'm going to switch back to that construction module for this side, and I'll do it in both places so you can see where it is. So if you go to, and Heath, this is for yours, go to your settings menu and Carlson configure, and we're going to look at the takeoff / SiteNet settings. So when I choose that, this is going to be some settings that I'm going to use to help takeoff, tell it how I want it to do some calculations, how to get some names and some behavior. Okay, Marissa, on your side, it's going to be the same basic place: settings, configure, and now takeoff settings. So notice it doesn't say takeoff / SiteNet. So yours is going to look like this. So now what we want to, let me see what the two, I'm not sure that they're necessarily identical, but I'll go through both of them here real quickly. So back in Heath, on your side, on the modular side, we've got this thing looked at in sections. The upper part here was the surface modeling, and look at this frame that goes out, comes down, and then comes back around here and then goes up. So everything within that frame is surface modeling. I get down here below and I've got surface file suffixes. So you can see it sort of groups everything here so you can pay attention to things in these three main areas: surface modeling, surface file suffixes, and takeoff entities color assignments. That's what we've been seeing, and we'll talk about it in a minute. But let's talk about these others too while we're here. If I say to extrapolate surface, meaning either the existing or the design surface, out to the boundary perimeter, yes or no. If I have it on, and let's suppose I use this overall outside white boundary that I used to build that file, if that's checked on and I say calculate my design surface, well, even though my design surface physically ends right here with this line, I could say, well, I want you to go from that line and figure out, what it is in relationship to this overall boundary. So just push that surface on out till you hit that edge. Not what I really want to do in this case, is it? Because I know that I really physically will end right there where it touches down on that ground. But if I didn't have any of that information and I needed to extend that, and I wound up in a project like that a couple of years ago where they sent the design map, or the design drawing was missing a bunch of information out of one of the upper edges, and all we could do was go to that back edge and just push it out, said hope for the best. So um, so that's what that switch is there for, in case we wanted to do that. I'm going to uncheck that right now, as a matter of fact. Um, but if you do have it on, another limiting switch is, if you want to do that, notice the one underneath it, you could use the existing surface to extrapolate the design. So that's the safety valve there. I can say, well, take design up to that edge. I want to extrapolate it all the way out to this edge, wherever I chose the boundary. And I said, but when you get here and you run out of information, stop and start using the existing ground to go out to that extra distance. In this particular case, I don't need to worry about doing either one of those, so I can uncheck that. I'm going to use binary triangulation file format. That's, I don't know why that's even bothering to still be there anymore. It almost always uses binary, and there's no problem in doing it. If I did not have that on, it would, instead of generating a tin file of the triangles, it's going to generate an FLT file, which is called a fault file, and it's just a text version of that data, and it's a much larger file, but its original use is to give me a more mobile, if you will, version of that triangulation that I could put on other equipment. It's not really much of an issue anymore, so I'm going to leave that checked on. And notice I say right here to minimize flat triangles for existing, yes or no, and minimize flat triangles for design, yes or no. Now, what's the difference between that here and where we saw it in triangulate and contour? And the answer is, there is no difference there. That's the very same switch. It's on here, it's not on the other one, because that was two different means of producing that information. When I did it in triangulate and contour, I was creating a specifically named file. It doesn't know that as existing conditions. But if I were to, and go ahead and leave yours up, I'm going to cancel out of this for just a second to show you. If I were to do this the traditional means, instead of doing it by triangulate and contour, which I did yesterday to create that target surface for my parking lot edge, if I do it this traditional method, I basically say, take this list here of existing and design, which I haven't moved over here yet. Let me let's see, let me set my design here. So I've got this, this, and this, and then finally this. Okay, and I'll let the colors take care of themselves in just a minute. So it's as if I said, take this bunch of information on existing, this on design, and then I need to go down here and say, make existing ground or make design surface. And those two commands, each one of those independently, goes back and reads this list, makes a surface out of it, reads this list, makes the surface out of it, calls it existing, calls it design. So that's that insulation I was telling you about, that it keeps you from having to keep track of all these different things. If you just tell it what layers these things live on, it'll take care of tracking it for you. But I needed to do this independently with this outside one, with this original ground that we used to target my parking lot edge. And that's why I did that one through the triangulate and contour method. So either one of those would work, but the quick and dirty bit is that we would just set up the layers, run that command, and be done. Now, back to if I can find where it, oh, I'm in the, I wanted to be here, yeah. So go back under settings, Carlson configure, not general settings, but takeoff and set. Okay, so that now is what this setting is minimize flat for existing. So when you read that list and you do that as a result of that takeoff menu, make existing surface, it has that switch on as if it's running inside of triangulating contour. And in fact, it is actually running that command and it's putting that switch on. So most of the time, because I'm going to be mostly dealing with contours as my surface information and existing, I might want to just make sure that's on always. Minimize flats for design. And you could turn it on, but you don't want to normally leave it there, because I've got areas that are like this whole building pad is going to be flat. So I don't want to tell it to minimize for design. That's really a switch to deal with these ditches and ridges. So I'm going to leave it off for my design condition. And then we want to densify, and I will put that on, and I'll put it at, say, every 10 feet. And that's going to, if I have any of these large, like this building pad, if that were, say, just a big rectangle, the triangles that it would form for that design condition in there can only go up to where the vertices are along that feature, unless I have this switch set. And that allows triangles to form as if I had a vertex every 10 feet along that feature. So again, not really necessary, but it's a nice tool to give me some smoother surfaces, some less of those big giant triangles, and it lets me have a little bit more continuous change in my surface. So I have that on. Now, drawing triangulation surfaces, that only means if I choose to draw them. I'm not going to necessarily look at them. But if I do, how do I want to do it? Do I want to draw it as 3D faces, in which that is just standard CAD objects, or I can draw it as a surface object? Now, this is new in 2020. Heath, do you have that in yours as a choice?
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I didn't think so, because this is something that's emerging, that's new. And I'm going to leave this one set to 3D faces. This is coming about because the software is starting to be able to incorporate this surface as an object, like as if it were a polyline or a circle or a piece of text, and to make that as an integral part of the DWG file. And it gets saved along with that DWG file if you use surface objects. We're going to continue to use the surface information as an external file. So in this particular case, that's that's just a preference as to how I want to see those triangles if I draw them. Okay. Now, reducing triangulation surfaces, I'm going to set my preference to none. Otherwise, and you would turn that on, for instance, if you were working on very large sites, or let's say if your design was very tight, very granular, if you will. I had a project, it was a big nuclear power plant expansion out in Virginia. I don't know, maybe 40 some acres, but they really went into, like, the parking lot had a lot of islands and a lot of curves and stuff on those islands. And so there were like thousands and thousands and thousands of triangles in this surface. And they tried to do it all as a single surface, and it got to be too big to fit on the equipment, on the grading machinery, on the machine control equipment. And so they had to go back out to the fact and try to reduce that, reduce the number of triangles. So this switch is there. Now you can always do that reduction after the fact. In this case, in this particular example, I've got a single a single site. It's not very big. So I'm going to say I'm not going to reduce my surfaces, because that does actually throw away some data. And it just chooses to eliminate things that it thinks they're so close to being the same as their neighbor, based on this little distance value here. I say, if you're within that tolerance, I don't need you as a separate thing to get rid of yourself. So I'm going to, for our purposes, say let's don't reduce them. Now, this business right here, and we'll come back to that as we do some of our processing. But you notice we have this whole box talks about surface file suffixes. I've got two conditions. I've got the original ground, that's my existing, and I've got a designed surface. Those are my two conditions. And I have this one little special one out here by itself for my over excavation surface. So now the original ground has three conditions. Before adjustments, it has whatever I've called that surface name, and this will call it, existing, will be design, or whatever we've called it. Actually, the name it's going to use for the named surfaces is going to be the same name as the drawing file. So in this case, it's going to be demo1-og.tin. That's going to be, that surface is going to be my demo1 original ground. That's before my adjustment, any adjustment. If I tell it where I have some subgrade zones, and if I tell it where I have some topsoil stripping replacement, so it puts these suffixes on the ends of that file name, so I know which specific version of the existing ground that I'm working with. Same thing over here on my design surface. I've got before adjustments, after subgrades, and after topsoil. And you can think of these as OG for original ground, ZE would be zones, and then after you've taken the topsoil strip, you're left with EX. So that's really the existing that you're going to be using. Over here, you can think of these as BS. You can think of that as your base surface. That's really the ultimate top surface. Here are your subgrades. Again, ZE here for existing zones, Z, and why it's called N, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of something to help you to remember what these are. And then FN, if you think of that as final. So really the ultimate surface that you wind with after all of this adjustment is existing on this side and final on that side. You'll see them pop up when they come into play. You don't, the takeaway from all this is you don't have to remember to do all this. We're telling Takeoff to track that stuff for us. Now, finally, we get to the color. If you will, I'm going to come back now to switch on this side so that Marissa can see some of the stuff as well. I've turned off this extrapolation. I will use binary. I will minimize my existing. I don't need to for my design. I'm not going to do any reduction. Here are those same suffixes. And we're down to color. Now, what does this mean? If you have on these check boxes, we're going to tell it to use color, yes or no, or not. So if I say I want to assign colors by target, I can do that. I need to choose what color I want to see things that are existing, and then what color I want to see things that are designed. So I can click those as buttons, choose the color. So if I do that, I'm choosing this green shape up here, and that's color 84. You can match that if you want, or you can just pick one you like. I'll do the same thing for design. That's my color 152. It's this box up here. And then other. Remember, we have those three conditions: existing, design, everything else is other. So for my other, I'm going to choose this 253. It's sort of a gray. It's going to fade out into the background. Okay. That is this, to assign colors by target. Those are my targets: existing, design, and other. Okay. So that's what color they're going to be once they get named to those categories. That's why I kept changing colors up here. Now, it also, the reason it kept changing for me as I was working and did certain things is because I had this box checked. I said, I want you to automatically update those colors. So anytime something changes, go ahead and change your colors to show me. Okay. And down here's the advantage that you don't have in those other civil modules, is this assign color by elevation. So not only by target, but then I'm saying, show me, if you're existing, make yourself green and show me that. If you're design, make yourself blue and show me that. But if you don't have any elevation set, I'm going to check that on now. And for no elevation, I want you to be red. So that's going to be basically a red flag that tells me, hey, I need to go back and fix that and set that to an elevation. So I don't have to constantly be checking my viewer or checking my drawing inspector to make sure I've gotten things elevated that need to be elevated. That will tell me very quickly whether or not I have set things to proper elevation. So I'm going to set that in this fashion, set some colors, turn on these three check boxes, and say okay. And that now is what's been going on with the colors. And if I don't want to use those, I can uncheck those boxes and go back and reset. So what you're used to seeing is now, if I look at this building pad, I just look at my standard CAD properties, I see it has a specific color of red. If I look at this contour, I see that I have a specific color of 84. Okay. If I want those things to be like they used to be, instead of those specific colors, I would set that color to be by layer. So now you say I've made it back to be purple and brown and that green instead of what I had before. And I can always go back and refresh this particular color issue. And I'm trying to find where your command is here. And over here, it is update colors for set elevations. So if something, gets interrupted and it doesn't show you those, you can do that. Update colors. This, I'm not sure if the R10 version has what's that? I don't see it unless it's over here. No. I would have thought it would have been on that particular menu. So see special fills. Maybe here, surface. No. Okay, well, they may not have it on the modular version to manually update it. It may take care of itself. Whereas on the modular version, it's, well, no, see, that needs to be updated. Well, regardless, let's not spend all day looking for that part. I'll see if I can find it. But you know, it is a command. What is that command? Update TK colors. Update TK. That's TK's takeoff. So if I do update, all right, it's there, but it's only available as a keyboard command. Update TK colors. So to set that back, if I typed update TK colors, yeah, okay, so that's what makes it work. Why they don't put that on a menu or a toolbar, I don't know. So we're going to fix that. We're going to go to settings. They will let me use quick keys either. All right, well, we just have to remember to run that particular command. You could do into some customization, but in any case, that's what's going on with our colors, and it's changing to let me know what belongs to what. Anything that's green, because remember I set that color to be green for existing, and that's this 84 green, this sort of a darker green. That tells me immediately that's on existing. Anything that's this 152 blue, I know immediately is on design. Now, if it's red, I know that it is that it doesn't have an elevation. Now, this, of course, doesn't apply to text, but to these drawn elements. So that tells me right away by looking at this, hey, I need to set that to that elevation. And I say, okay, well, that parking lot's got an elevation. You know, they may or may not be correct, but that's what it is. Okay. And then because I have this set of definitions, existing, design, and other, I can use that not just by color here, but I can use that to define what I'm looking at, and that's going to be controlled on my display menu. That's also on this toolbar over here, which is my takeoff display. And you see these three buttons. Now these three buttons here are what you choose to be able to pick from the drawing and say, this is design, this is existing. And then the next three buttons are what you use to say, show me design, show me existing, or show me other. So if I say, if I click here, and those are toggles, So when I click that, it's turning design, or I'm sorry, existing on and off. If I choose this, it's showing design on and off. And then if I choose this, it's showing other on and off. So it's a way to quickly, if I just want to use, if I just want to see my existing things, then I'm going to turn off these other two versions. And now I'm left with just looking at what's existing. Okay, so it's just a convenience for you. We did it earlier similarly by choosing view, isolate layers, things like that. And either one of those is fine. Either one's correct. But this gives you a real quick and handy way to, once you've made that definition, to control how that goes. Now, if I'm going to turn back on these various functions, I'm going to hide my existing right now just to get out of the way. Now I see by toggling design on and off, I see that, well, design, I've got all of these labels here, maybe are in my list of design elements. So I take a look at that and see that, you know, maybe I want to change that from design and put it back on other, because it's just, you know, too much clutter for me. I want to be able to turn it off. And it's not really information that I need. I've used it already to elevate the line. So if I go back to my layer definitions, and I could find that and see that that's on a layer, you know, called TX01, and I could move that now back to other. And I don't know that that's the name of that layer. It also may be that that layer, if I look at that, that's on a layer called PR for proposed ELEV, proposed elevation. So that would be the layer that I would move. Now I can do that several ways. Like I said, I could come back to define it here, go here, there's my PR elevation, say move that to other. That's one way. The other way to do it is to now go back and choose that button that says pick something for, in this case, other. So if I pick that, maybe that to make sure I get them both. Now they're on a layer called other. And if I can now turn other off, and that leaves me with just design. If I turn design off, nothing's showing. There's now other. And so I'm saying, all right, this is stuff that I'm not using for either one of those conditions. So I'll turn other off, design on, or I'm sorry, existing on, existing off, design on, design off, other on, and oh, I see right there, there's something that I want to go on design. So I'll pick that as design. It's now going to go off. So I've got other on and off, design on and off. All right. So now, and we'll do this right before our break. Oops, let's see, I want to turn other off. Okay. This is now showing back up with design, even though I told it that goes to other. All right, so now other on and off. I don't know if I did an undo or something, or maybe I know what happened. Was I said this is to be design. This happens to be that same layer. That was, that's what caused that. So if I want to keep all of these things on other, but put this on design, I need to change the layer name that that piece of text is on. And this one is on a layer called --TX07. This one is on that layer called PR-ELEV. So to get this on the same layer as this, I'm going to do a match properties, which is on my edit menu, match properties, or on the modular version, Heath, you've got this little, potentially that little paintbrush match properties, but it's also on the edit menu right there, match properties. Okay. So I'm going to say, answer the questions, match property, select the source material. Well, there's the source. Now I need to tell it by pick to select the destination objects. So I'll click that one. And notice what it's doing is it's all the properties that it's matching are not just the layer. In this case, it's the text itself. So I could do it that way, but it changes the height and all of that. So there's nothing wrong with that happening that way. You could do that, just a piece of text at this point. All right, so there now is those layers, and they're separate from this layer. I will now go back and set the, well, we already have it now. We've got, let's turn off our other, there's our design. Okay. So now looking at design, I've got two things that need to be elevated. They need to be elevated to those particular pieces of text information. Notice the 8 from the 800 is missing here. So you can do one of two things. When you elevate this to that elevation, you can add 800 to it, or you can just simply select this and go over to its elevation and type that number in. There's all kinds of ways to do it. You can double click that piece of text, which brings up my text editor, and I could put an 8 in front of it and then get off of that. So I've now edited that to be that full elevation, which I like to do that. I don't like that practice of stripping off those digit places, particularly when you do it in some areas and not in others. All right, so let's get these two things to those elevations. Again, if you select one and just type its value, or let's look under the takeoff menu and see another, I'm sorry, the elevate menu, and see that we can do a couple of other things too. This pad polyline by interior text. Now, in this case, I've got 2 to raise. That's not, it's not a huge task for me. But let's suppose I had a subdivision with, 800 parcels drawn in my subdivision, and each one of those had building pads sitting on them, and they had the pad finished floor elevations inside of those building pad polylines. Well, I don't want to have to go and select each one of them and type those numbers into their properties. That's why this command is here, is to do a pad polyline, a building pad polyline by the interior text. So if I choose that command, here's now some options. If I want to set the layer for the elevated polylines, that means change the layer name that it's on. Right now, I have no need to do that, but you could do that in case you wanted to say, if you wanted to keep the original zeros and put these on, this one has a Z underscore, you could say 3D, whatever. But I'm not going to change them, so I'm going to turn that off. If you did change it, made it 3D and wanted to get rid of the original 2D, you could uncheck this. I don't need that kept as an original 2D necessarily. You could do that if you wanted it. And then this checkbox is to trim any elevated polylines inside the pad. And that's, for instance, if you've got, let's say this building pad is showing here, but then you've got maybe some design contours that run through that pad. So you're going to raise the pad to a particular elevation, and the contours really should stop at the edges, but they've drawn it to go across. So with that one on there, we're saying, okay, go ahead and trim those out because they're not really supposed to be there. You can offset the elevated polyline yes or no, to the inside, to the outside, both, or none. Now, what this for is this. We'll show you that, and I'm going to leave it set to none, and the offset amounts, none of that matters at this point. But I'll say okay. I'm not keeping the original, so I'm basically going to turn this into a 3D separate by itself. All right, so I'm going to say okay and let this go. And now select the layer sample of the elevation text. Again, reading this prompt down here. So there's a sample of that text. Select a layer sample of the boundary line work. Well, there's one. Select another layer sample of boundary line work. Here's another one because I think they're on two different layers. And hit enter, continue, and now select a layer sample of outside elevated contours and or elevated polylines, and this would be as if I had those contours coming into the outside edges. I don't have any, so I'm just going to hit enter to say there's none. And then finally it says select the text and line work you want to process. So all of that business of picking one ahead of time is telling it which layers to use, and now I need to make sure that I tell it which ones I want to process. Now notice it doesn't matter if I select all of these other lines because they were not on any of those layers that I picked as samples, they'll be ignored. Okay, so I now have chosen those, and it's now raised those to a particular elevation. Okay, and if I choose that command, update TK colors, it changed them from, by layer. It made my colors reflect the fact that they were on the design surface. Now, so what I have now is it's still a 2D polyline, but it has elevation. Okay, so there it's read 818.7. This one should say 817.56, okay, which it does because I said interior text. It found the text, stripped out the numbers, it disregarded the letters, raised those and set them to those elevations. And those were no offsets, okay? All I did was put those there. Now, I'm going to put these back to an elevation of 0. And in which case, if I turn this off and back on, you see they're red, so that tells me I need to put them in elevation. Now let's take a look at that same command, elevate pad by interior text, but let's do this. Let's set this layer and we'll call it 3D pad for the elevated line. So if you raise this up to an elevation, put it on a different layer, and I'm going to say keep the original if you want, and then I'm not going to have it look for that, but I'm going to offset these elevated polylines. So if I want to do this, I'm going to my original is going to stay on 0 on the original layers. I'm going to offset up. I'm going to make that go to a particular elevation, but I'm going to offset it. Let me see what I want to do with it here. If I offset to the interior. Okay. Yeah, let's offset to the interior for right now. Well, let's go ahead and do both. I'll offset to both. I'm going to go. Let's make that instead of a 100th. Let's make it a 10th so we can see it a little bit better. And now notice here this elevation to add the text values. If I hadn't added that 8 to that number down here, I would have to say 800. But because they were different, I fixed the text instead of doing it here. All right, so I'm going to offset both sides. I'm going to say okay. Follow my prompts pretty carefully. Select a layer sample of the text. Select a layer sample of the line work, that one and that one. It now gives me a chance to do another one because it knows it could be on two different ones. And then finally, a layer sample of any outside. I don't have any of those to worry about. And then select the objects. Well, it's basically just those. And okay, so I've now set the elevation for 2. Now what I've got, if I look at this, are not just, in fact, there should be, I'm seeing 3 polylines there. There it is. There's the original. I said keep the original. But I wanted to offset the elevated lines to the inside. That's that one. And to the outside is that one. So I look at that, I see that has, oops, no, that also still has a 0 elevation. And there it is. There's my 818.7 is the inside. And my offset line to the outside is at 0. I would have expected this to have been. Oh, let me see. I think I may.
Hey Ken, didn't you select everything in the design for when it said select layer sample of outside elevated polylines? Didn't you select everything?
I did. No, I was just showing you that you could have. Because what you're doing when you're answering the first part of the questions is you're telling it a layer sample. So I'm picking a sample of that text and says, okay, that identifies the layer. Then pick a sample of the line that identifies the layer. And then, and it gives me a chance to choose another one. That's why I picked that one separately, because those are actually 2 different layers. And then it said, a sample of any outside elevated lines, like contour lines that run up to the edges. I didn't have any, so I didn't select anything there. And then it said, okay, now that I know which layers to consider, select the things you want me to work on. And that's when I went out here originally and just selected everything, because I had already told it only consider these layers, and all of these other lines out here that it found, it just ignored. I was just showing you that you could do it that way. You could also do it what I did that way. I just did a crossing to get those 4 things right there. That's the only thing I really needed to look at. But that's just a convenience way of doing it. Is like if you had this huge subdivision plan and you didn't want to pick to pick those individual pieces. That's why they let you tell it the layers to use, leave everything else on, and even when you select them, if they're not on those layers that you've told it to use, it will ignore them. Okay.
Okay, mine's doing something funky now. I didn't hit enter after that, so in order for me to select everything else, but now I selected everything and it's not showing my mouse.
But what prompted, or let's undo yourself back to where you have your original setup, your original condition. Press escape and then undo everything. Okay.
It's frozen. No.
All right. I'm going to save this. And let's see here. Did it lock up on you?
Yeah.
All right. go ahead and reset. If you can point down here to the taskbar and choose Task Manager, find the program, which would be Carlson Takeoff. Select it and then right click and choose End Task, and that should take care of getting it off the screen. And then I'm going to send you this file, which I think I can do it through chat. Yes. All right. So I'll do it through chat. I will send you from my computer. Here, Carlson projects, 3 machine control class, Marissa demo 1. Okay, so you now have been sent through chat. If you look at your chat window, you should probably have to select that and say save. So put that back in your working folder and open it back up. And once you do that, you're going to need to define your materials list again. So, I mean, you may still have the definition. I'm not sure if you do. I'm not sure if that's saved it or not. If you had saved that, and you should have, just make sure when you go to that you have these layers in those 2 tabs there at all. Okay. If you don't, just set them based on, you want all of these layers that say index and enter and TEXTS. You can take from over here and just say move to existing. And then on design, you want basically these. TX07, pad 3D, PRFC curb, and PRLCSTF, whatever that is, PLCST. Okay, got all that okay? Or have you got it restarted yet?
I have to go into my Gmail on the laptop and send it to myself.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I could have just sent it by email. I sent it by chat and I forgot you're on a different computer. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We're a bit past our mid-morning break. We should be taking that, should have already taken that. So we'll do that. Let's come back at 11:05. That should give you a chance to set that. Heath, on your end, make sure you save your work just so you can do that. And then we'll pick this back up. I don't want to really kind of spend a whole lot of time doing this at these little nuanced things. I'll tell you just in conclusion here, instead of trying to set up and demonstrate it just to save the time. When you do that pad elevation and you choose to offset those elevated lines by a little bit, what you would normally be, a case of when you would be doing that would be as if you had, say, all these little building pads and you wanted to create, say, a basement inside it. Well, you set the pad at the finished floor elevation. You could offset just a little bit to the inside, and then you could go in here and select that offset line on the inside and say, drop it 8 feet or whatever the depth to your basement is. That's one example. You could offset it to the outside and say, maybe the line that you're elevating represents your slab elevation in the basement. And so you can say offset the outside and make those 8 feet taller or however many feet taller than that slab elevation. and say, hey, that's my finished floor elevation. That's my actual living area floor. But the groundwork that I'm doing is to actually cut down to the, to the slab height, or down here to the basement part. All right, so that's why you would do that particular nuance. We're going to just work on these as slab on grades for now. Okay. So anyway, we'll see everybody back here at 11:05. I will turn that off. I will resume recording and go back to sharing the screen so that Marissa doesn't have to yell at me, rightly so. All right. So now, so we can, like we talked about here before, Marissa, I wanted to step you through that process and that command. Under elevate, pad polyline by interior text. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn these back off just so we move ahead. I'll set the layer for the elevated lines. I'm not going to put those on a separate layer. I'll just leave them where they are. No need to keep the originals, but if I did, it would keep that original 0 elevation polyline. There are no, well, no, here's how this would work now that you're seeing these existing contours. If I said trim any elevated polylines, that's what these contour lines would be. They have some elevation on them. Inside this pad, I would give that an example of when it asked me to pick a sample. Then it would identify those lines and find out where they are on the inside of this polyline, and it would chop them out. Okay, it would just go up to the edge and stop and pick back up again on the outside edge and then stop again on the inside. That's what that part of that command's for. I'm not going to trim those existing contours. They're actually valid. I'll leave them alone. And then I'm going to set my offsets, though, to none. And I'll say, okay. Now, reading the prompts. And here's where you got to be careful, because it's not, you're not telling it what things to work on specifically at this point. You are setting a series of samples. Okay, so select a layer sample of the elevation text, and it's only one layer. So I pick one of those. That has now set the layer for text. Okay. And so as you can see, these interior text labels would all have to be on the same layer for this command to work in a single pass. Now it says select a layer sample of boundary line work. Well, I'm going to choose this one. And now, because it is it is so common to have different layers for pads you want to elevate as opposed to the text, it gives you an opportunity to set additional sample layers. Okay, so it says select another layer sample of boundary line work, or enter to continue. So if these two things were on the same layer, I only need to pick one. I just hit enter to go on, but I'm going to go ahead and pick this to tell it, because I think they are on two different layers. Now I'm finished setting those as samples. Now you have to imagine that over here in the rest of this drawing, I've got, hundreds more of these buildings that but I've told it, this is a sample layer I want you to look at and consider. And then now it wants me to select the text and line work to process. Well, now at this point, I could just select everything. And because I've given it I've limited the number of layers that it's going to consider. Okay, so even if I just do a crossing and get these, or if I select all, it's going to ignore all these other lines, because I've told it only use those particular samples. But now here is where I have to actually tell it, to make sure that I include everything that I want to work on, not just the layers that they're on, but the specific ones, because I could have things on those layers that already are elevated and I don't want to elevate them. So I'm going to say, just this one and this one, and there's a text and there's a text, okay? Or I could have crossed it or selected all. And then I hit enter to finish that selection. And now, and I'll double check this, if I select this and look at properties, that's its elevation, 8187. If I select this one after escaping that to clear, I see that I've got 817.56, and that's what I should expect just on that. Okay. And then we want to get the colors to update. Now notice it changed it to a yellow, which means it used to be red, remember, because we said that was the color of no elevation. Now in R10, to get that to update, I can't locate. That's supposed to be on this menu where it should say update colors. But I don't see it on the menu. So, but a simple way to do this, to just toggle on and off that display of design. And again, remember, there's my existing, there's design, and there's other. And as you can see, other is everything else. Okay. Now, what we have is things defined for the existing condition, things defined for the design condition, and then everything else is just other. So now that we've got those defined, that's the next part of our little project checklist. So we've done assigning the categories. We've actually done earlier setting the boundary polyline. So now we need to make the existing ground, make the design surface, and then once those are made, we can start running reports and calculating volumes. Okay,
Hey,
so
Ken, my project
yes.
checklist says it's an unknown command. I don't know why.
You go here and choose this and it comes back and says unknown command.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, that I'm not sure about. Everything else is working okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I will tell you that that project checklist is not something that you have to have working. It's just a little, hey, as a reminder, here's what you need to do. Now, that doesn't fix your error. It's very possible that you would see that come back to working if you were to restart your computer, but I don't want to have to, have you do that right now. Maybe you can do that over lunch and see, because that normally, and I've had that happen on some command that just comes back and it's completely confused. It doesn't know what it doesn't have any idea what I want it to do, and yet the menu item is still there, but it doesn't know how to run the command. So if you get any more of those, let me know. But for that particular command, no need to worry about it. Okay. So before we do anything, we have to make these two surfaces, this existing and this design. And that's true of before we do any particular type of reporting or manipulation of anything else. It will come back and tell us whether or not we have either A, not made the surface and therefore it refuses to run, or it will say, hey, you maybe have changed the existing surface, or you maybe have changed the design surface. Do you want to rebuild those surfaces? So it keeps you current on those particular things. Now, so let's do that next. Let's go to takeoff and choose make existing ground surface. If I choose that, off it goes. And you don't see anything happen, but it has done it. And if I look at, the stuff behind my command line here, I'm scrolling it down here at the, oops, let me get back here to this. But down here on the command line, you see, it has all run in the background. So I've made my existing, and let's go to take off and choose make design surface. And it runs and says, okay, well, now you've got some problems. I've got some T intersections and I've got some crossing break lines. And we'll talk about these here in just a second. But what has happened when I did that make existing? Remember those suffixes, that dash OG, dash ZE, and dash EX as suffixes. Well, here's what has happened. Let's go to just my file explorer. Carlson projects, my class, and let's look here at my Marissa folder by type. All right, so I've built some surfaces, and here they are. This first one down here is my existing ground from triangulate and contour command. That's what we did yesterday. But I've also now have demo 1 dash BS, EX, FN, OG, ZE, and ZN. And those are all individual surface files that have been created, and they have the same name as the drawing file name, but they have the dash afterwards for that particular stuff. And that's the stuff that we set up in those configuration settings in that file naming convention. So you don't have to use those same letters. If you would like to change those so that they are more meaningful to you and more easy to remember, then please do so. But that's what happens when you hit that make existing, make design, is it keeps recycling those over and over as you need. And now in this case, the OG is the original ground, that's the original existing, and the EX is the final after you've done the topsoil stripping and any kind of subgrades and such like that. We haven't done any of those adjustments. So that surface file, EX, and the original surface file, just from the original contour stuff, those will be exactly the same right now because we haven't made any adjustments to them, but it still builds them as separate files. Okay, so just that you understand that is what's going on. All right, now let's talk about this error box that popped up. First of all, did everybody get the error box?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have 3 potential conditions of errors when you model a surface using triangulation. You either can generate crossing break lines, which means you've got 3-dimensional lines that cross over another 3-dimensional line, and it does so at a differing elevation. So if you look at that and you go, well, what kind of error would that cause? Well, you can imagine as it's building triangles along the vertices of the one 3D line. So I got a set of triangles that all meet going down that feature, but it crosses another one. And if it's at a different elevation, it doesn't know which one to use. Okay, now if I just hit the exit button here, which I could do, and ignore these errors, then it's going to do whatever it's going to do. And it's going to have some areas that are just modeled flat out incorrectly, because it tries to resolve those, and it does it in different manners in different places. It can throw some triangles away. or it can decide to use the elevations from this break line instead of that break line. You know, I don't know what, and you know, I don't know what rules are applied, and it's not necessarily always the same application of the same rule in every case. So there's some kind of algorithm that follows, and maybe it's nothing more than, hey, you got here first, you're going to win. So what we want to do though is to try to figure out where these errors are and correct the condition. But we have three possible surface computation errors. We have crossing break lines, and we have T intersections, which is essentially the same as a crossing break line. It just doesn't extend on the other side. It goes up and stops. You know, one break line will come up and dead end into, you know, the broad side. It'll form a T intersection instead of going across it. It just forms a T intersection. Now we're talking about a T intersection in plan view because they're actually at a differing elevation. So it doesn't know what to do with that two different elevations for the same point. And so that's really just a specialized case of crossing break lines. And then finally, we've got a condition of a vertical edge, and it recognizes those vertical edges. And we talked about that yesterday. That's why we have to sort of offset like curb lines that are supposed to be vertical. We would normally offset those just a little bit. We have to lean them back before we raise them up, and like if you're doing the face of a curb. Whereas in reality, you can have the top of a curb be exactly vertically over the face of the curb. Mathematically in the computer, it has to be leaning back just a little bit. Otherwise, you'll get errors when you go to try to compute volumes. So that's the third condition, and we don't have that condition in this particular processing, but we do need to try to fix what's going on here now. Okay, so we have two of the three conditions. We have crossing break lines, we have T intersections, and I see that I've got 20 crossing break lines shown out of a total of 20. I've got 36 T intersections shown out of 43 total. Now, what does that mean? Well, let's look at the settings button. I'm saying that, okay, I recognize I could have some possible errors from time to time. Here's what I want you to do. Triangulation crossing barriers, that's my crossing break lines, T intersections, and vertical edges. And I'm putting in here a tolerance value. I'm saying if you are bigger than this amount, report as an error. So you can see I've got 36 T intersections. I've got a total of 43, but 7 of those were less than 1/10,000th of a foot difference in elevation. I'm going to say I can safely ignore those. In fact, you might even say you would safely ignore, you know, 0.01 instead of 0.0001 or whatever. It's just up to you as to how many you might want to see. Now, I would say, I'm going to say 0.005, so half a hundredth. If it's within that, I'm going to call it good and don't report it to me. The layer name is a layer that if you look at these errors, you can have it mark them, and it puts a symbol on that layer of a certain size so that you can flag where all these are and go back and fix them later. All right, so I'm going to now change these values to this and say, okay, now notice now you see I'm only showing 8. So 12 out of 20 and 8 out of 20. Now, opening up these pluses will show you individually where each of those things may be. So if I open this up, and if I select any given one of those, notice what it's doing is it's pointing to where that error is. So let's look, and it also, by the way, as I point to it, you see this number in parentheses to the, into that line, that tells you the difference in elevation. You also see it down here on the bottom of that box. That's 0.00668 Z difference. All right, here's 1.006. Now here's what you can do. Once this little marker is here, if you say zoom 2, it shifts the screen so that that marker is right in the dead center. If you zoom in, and I keep clicking that zoom in button, it's going to zoom me in to where I hit that spot. Zoom out does the same thing. Now, I can use the wheel mouse and go zooming in and out, but I lose the marker when I do that. So once I say, okay, I want to look in there, I'll go back over here and now hit my zoom 2 button and it puts it back on there and I'll zoom in and around. So as I see, that's a crossing brake line and I see, okay, well, now I'm going to just take over and zoom in here and I see, well, okay, I see there's a brake line that actually crosses that brake line. So I could just pull this thing back like that and that fixes that. I've got this one that's crossing that one. I'll pull that one back like that, you know, so you could go through here and fix all of those different ones. Now, I'm not going to take the time and effort to do that. That was all of this pad business that we generated. But I will take a look at some of these larger ones. So I've got, and as long as I'm out here in the skirt areas, I'm going to probably let most of those go. Here's not within 2/10 or 2/100 rather. Again, still, okay, there's a place that I might want to fix. So I'll select that. And I'm actually just going to select it and delete it just to get rid of it. All right, so that was a larger one. Now, it doesn't go away from this list, but the next time I build design, it will take that out of play. Now, here's what that marker does, though, on that thing called bad 10. If you select the overall category, the thing that you opened up, you now can report or draw all, or you can have individual ones. If you select on one, you can report one or draw one. So I'm going to come here now and just say, for my crossing brake lines, draw all, okay? So when I zoom out, I can see that's where all of those errors are. So I can do that, get rid of this box and go here and fix those particular places and then get rid of the markers. So if I want to work on this one, I'll go ahead and select that marker, get it out of the way. And I say, okay, yes, indeed, it does cross. I'll pull that back to here. I'll make sure that one doesn't cross. Okay, it doesn't. So that's just a way of helping you, you know, find where these conditions are. Now, remember, that's the one that I fixed just a minute ago. But it's still on the list until I reprocess. So then here's, you know, several of them in here. All right. So that's what I would use to fix that kind of information. I'm going to do a quick command here, erase. I want to erase by layer. And I will pick from the screen. I'll pick that, which was layer bad 10. So that's going to clear all of those off for me from that layer. All right. So now, assuming I get rid of that. Now here's the worst one. It goes from the largest, excuse me, the largest vertical difference is always listed at the top and it goes all the way down to the smallest. So if I've got something here that's within 3.5 hundredths, and again, it's out here in this sort of weird spot. Now I fixed that anyway when I pulled that back earlier. It just didn't update yet. So, you know, I've got, yeah, here's this, and here's an absolute mess. I would probably, in that particular case, here's how I would probably handle that. I would just draw a line like so, select it, and then I would trim these lines. So now they no longer cross. So I've eliminated that error condition. Now, you know, you have to be aware of what you're doing. So if you need those things to go to particular places, you would fix those. All right. So now I've taken care of, you know, some of these things on my crossings. Let's do the same thing for my T intersections. And I'm going to, at this point, select the overall category and say draw all. And let's see where it found those. Everything is out here in those skirt areas of that. So I don't have any errors out here in the actual parking lot edges or the buildings. It's just these little sort of overcrowded and crossing skirt areas. And I'm looking at the magnitude of those and I'm saying, you know what, I'm going to live with those errors. They're not big enough to cause any kind of significant error conditions in my reporting. So you need to either fix the problems or decide to live with them. I'll now go back and erase by layer again. So edit, erase by layer. That layer name is remaining in that list, so I don't have to pick it again. I'll say, okay, it clears those off. And I'll now say exit. Now, I fixed a few conditions, so I need to go back and choose take off, make, design surface. It runs it, and now I've got a, you know, I'm down to now 3 out of 11 and 9 out of 49. I would look at particular areas to make sure that I'm not, you know, it's something huge. So I'm within 200ths. That's all fine with me for now. Okay, so that's basically, I've now set the stage for being able to do my computations and my reporting. Now here is another little deal. Once we have turned on and off these existing design and other, there are a couple of other things that we can display about those surfaces. And I'm going to go to the far right icon, which is display options, or I'm going to go to the display menu and choose display options. And we're going to look at some of the things that we can display, because we have whether or not we want to show existing ground surface, the design surface, the other, and cut and fill. And there are 3 things that you can show. You can show the drawing entities. So right now I've got my design showing and my design drawing entities is on, but you can also show contours or surface. That would draw the triangles. The contours draw the triangles. So I've got the line work that created it. I've got the contours that result from it, and I've got the triangles that result from it. The contours result from the triangles, I suppose, is more the actual case. And then you've also got your cut and fill display. Now that's in your display itself. Right now, I'm just setting up to draw the entities. If you go to the contours tab, we're going to set some things to help us see what's in those contours. So I'll go to my design contour settings, and you notice this is the exact same thing as from the triangulate and contour command. I'm going to say draw the contours. I'll draw every 1 foot. I will draw index contours, and so instead of 1 and 10, I think I'll make that 1 and 5 as it should be. It's supposed to do that correctly. It sometimes doesn't. And these are going to be my finish grade. I'll do the same thing here as FG dash, and this is for my, oops. Cancel that for a second. That's my cut and fill contours. I want design contour. That's just this cut fill. All right. FG. FG. All right. So I'm going to turn my smoothing off. Labels. Let's go ahead and label that while we're at it. FG. And let's just say 1 per contour. We do the same thing for our existing ground, and we could put that on EG. EG, and again, make that 1. There, it fixed it for 1s and 5s. Labels, we'll just put 2 per contour this time, and say okay and okay. Now, so we've set the contour information, but when we turn on and off our display, what we're seeing is based on this setting here in our display setup. So if I want to see the contours and not the design features, excuse me, see, I don't want to do that for my design surface, for instance. I'll leave that done like that, and I'll say, okay, and boom. Those are my design contours. The features have gone away, but when I design, or when I show those as contours, let's turn off the entities, and then there are those final contours. I could do the same thing for now, excuse me, the, put that back to features, or put them both on, for instance. Let's look at the existing contours. Let's turn these off just for a minute so I can see. All right, there's my features, but there's those existing contours. Remember, they were brown before, those brown ones, and they went on out here. Here's the ones that result from my modeling. Now, if I turn off that, if I turned off my design, I'm going to go back to this setting and set my existing contours. There's what happened. That's the difference. And it went only out to that boundary that I had shown. And you can see that it's close to the same, but it's not exact. See, I didn't, this contour line here should really, look like this. If I can get that to hover correctly. Wow, come on. And add vertex. Well, anyway. You get the idea. That contour should actually walk around up to here if it was going to follow the contours correctly. and then come down to here and up to here, but it didn't. It did this shape. All right, so me fixing that contour to match doesn't do anything to that surface, and here's a case of where it didn't, it went ahead and built a flat triangle across there. So it didn't honor that. It didn't honor this correctly. Now, is it enough to bother with, enough to worry about? Probably not. Okay, there's not a whole lot of distinction there, but it did model the ridge line correctly here. It looks like it would have modeled, this little ditch line and stuff that we had done. Looks like it might have done that, but of course it doesn't go any further than the boundary. So it's this category of being able to show these things based on existing, based on design, and based on other, that lets us very quickly, turn this stuff on and off and visualize what we've got going on. Now, we've got cut and fill contours and labels and colors and map, and of course, cut and fill being the difference between existing and final. So if I want to, let's turn off that existing and look at my cut and fill contours. There's my cut and fill contours. I've got this at an elevation of -1. This one should be -2. It is, okay. That should be 0. That's my daylight, and then here's my +1, okay. If I look at those, even in my 3D viewer, now notice it looks like we're way out of whack of what we're supposed to be, but it's not really. This is up at 800 some elevation. These are down here at near 0. They are not 0 other than that green one, which is there. And everything else is either above that slightly or below that slightly. Let's give that a bit of a vertical exaggeration, okay? So remember, these are cut and fill contours. So these are the amounts of cut and fill on our project. Okay, so we can look at them as contour lines, if that gives us any help, and I can toggle that on and off. Okay, I do this. I do the same thing with labels, for instance, and as it does that, it puts a little, an amount. There's my, let's look here within the pad. I'm at 817.56. There's my original ground, 819. So that means to get there, I have to cut 1.63 feet to get down to that elevation at that spot, okay? And you would set up, so I'll turn those labels off and then turn on the heat map, and there you can see, the red, and the deeper the red, the more the cut. The white is the neutral areas and the blue is the fill. Okay, and I set all that stuff up again with my settings, and it's my cut and fill map. I tell it how many of those little grid squares that I want to generate across there. So you can see, you get a good trend with it like that. If it takes, you don't want to make it so tiny that you don't want to make this number so large so that it makes teeny tiny little squares, and it takes all day to calculate the map for you. You can set your color scheme, set your range. Here is our the labeling, coloring, whether we use, and again, that's for our cut and fill business, is whether we use red, white, blue, red, yellow, blue, it's a basic typical color scheme. The red, white, and blue will match that. Remember when we did the design pad template, we had the red lines were cut and the blue lines were filled. That's that same kind of color scheme, okay? So that's about it. Let's look at the existing surface for a minute. Okay, so now there's my existing surface that I had drawn with these options here. And if I were to say isolate that layer, these are now 3D faces. And if I view that, because it is a 3D face, and if I come over to my controls here and hit my little color in button, toggle my shading, see there's now my existing surface as a bunch of triangles. I could do the same thing. I will restore. I'll turn off existing. Let me turn off those existing surface. I'll turn on the design surface. I'll say isolate that and view that now. And there is my design surface. Now you can see the shape of that building. Okay, but what else do you notice about this? Anybody? Let's get this. Oh, sorry. And you know, whereas I see those, I can see what's reminiscent of the building, but I can also tell that's not what the intent of that drawing is for me to build, is it? I need to address these weird triangles out here that are out in this area. Let's see if let me come back here. I'm going to turn off the cut and fill display. I will design entities and the design surface. Let's do it like that. I'll select one of these triangles. I will select similar. Oops, it's not gonna. Apparently it's not going to call those similar. All right. Let me turn off those triangles. So what's happening is when I get those triangles, it's taking this as a 3D line, it's taking this as a 3D line, and it's just creating straight line triangles from here straight over to that edge. And that's why you saw the building, it's flat on the inside, but it goes to those edges and it shoots down into, you know, through this area. So I would need to address this somehow or another to make it either, you know, a smoother surface, or, you know, somehow figure out what's really going on. Like maybe this should be graded smoothly across flat, and then this building pad is sort of set on that flat-ish kind of area. You know, there's no real way of knowing from this particular drawing, but what we're going to do is as we refine what this looks like and we keep going back and looking at those things, we're going to be able to you know, check on that progress. Now, that was from this little icon on my display toolbar where I said checked on this surface, and then it drew the triangles into my drawing. I had to select them and go to my surface viewer. But I've also got this on my view menu, my 3D views. If I say right here, I've got existing surface or the design surface. So if I choose that design surface, it immediately goes in. Well, it immediately goes into the viewer, and right, that was design surface viewer, existing surface viewer. To see, well, I'm not seeing it. Do I have to have them shown? That might be, I guess I have to have them shown. Let's see if that's going to be what we need to do. 3D views. No. Looks like that's a bit of a bug in here. Let's see over here. Make design. Oops. Wow, I got some 3-foot differences. I got some issues here with this one. But if it's, that was design, let's make existing. There it is. Now let's see what this does on my 3D view. No. Well, Marissa, that is supposed to, are you able to, on yours under view, 3D views, when you choose one of these, are you seeing anything in your 3D viewer?
Mine froze up again currently, so.
Oh, all right. Well, I see that it's showing, it's loading that surface correctly, but it's not showing it. Anyway, well, let's call it a bug and move on. It should show me those surfaces. But I can do it in this fashion. I can turn on those triangles, turn on the surface by choosing to see a particular surface, and then isolate the triangles and look at them and see. Okay. All right. So you've now things are frozen for you. I'm going to say save. I will post this drawing to both of you in just a few minutes. And then when we come back after lunch, we'll do some quick numbers and then go into the PDF stuff. All right, so now that we've got those made and we can do some visualizations on and off and do some checking, it's a matter of just make edits and refine things as we need to go. This would be good enough if I wanted to simply go take off, calculate total volumes, no shrink and swell, no tons, no depths, no balance, cut and fill. Just say, okay, boom, go. And it says, okay, here's my project. Here's my existing surface, my final surface. I've got 4,000 yards of cut, 3,000 yards of fill. Here's a couple of locations, of maximum cut and fill. My average depth for cut or fill. You can read those as well as I can read them to you. Here's a very important number. If I know how much my volumes are going to change by me raising or lowering that site by every 0.1 foot, that lets me figure out if I can need to tell the owner, hey, if we raise your parking lot by 3 feet, we're going to achieve a better balance. Now, in this case, it's not that far out of balance, right? 4,000 versus 3,000 here, maybe it's a little more cut than I want. I got to get rid of 1,000 yards. So, but I could go back and do that, make it as a balanced condition. But for now, here's some numbers that I can throw into a bid, right? I can go ahead and do it. And you saw that little white area light up that says, okay, there's where my calculations are being done. So I'm saying between my existing ground and that design condition, which is pretty rough, it's just that weird looking surface that came out of this elevated pad, that elevated pad, this 3D line, that 3D line, and all of these little skirt edges as that is compared to the existing surface that came out of those contours. Okay, but that is a set of numbers. Like I said, if it were a matter of just getting it and getting a bid out the door, I might be really tempted to do that. I would spot check a few things. I would look at stuff, make sure I don't have any giant spikes, and realize that, okay, there's good for my numbers. I wouldn't build this project based on those surfaces, but it just depends on your needs for that. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put a save in that. We are right at lunchtime. I will email both of you that DWG file if you want to start over after lunch, and we're going to see some of these areas and some of the things we can do to fine tune what we're working with. Then we'll wrap that part up, and then we'll jump into a little bit more real world cases with some PDF tools. Okay. Till then, I will ask again for any questions, any particular issues that you may have found on your particular installations or anything like that. Anybody at all? Are we all good?
Good.
Yes. Okay, so we're good. We're good there. All right, so let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. I will, like I said, I'll email you both that drawing file here in just a second. Just copy it into your working folder and restart everything. Marissa, I would suggest a complete restart on your computer as well before you start things back up to see if that will fix that project checklist and maybe some of the other issues. Okay.
Right,
and I'll do the same. Yeah, I'll do the same thing on mine as well. All right, so I will restart my recording, turn off the video, and restart the screen share now. So we've sort of, I hope by now you've got a good idea of how Takeoff segregates all of our information into these 3 conditions, either existing, design, or other. Hold on, sorry. Now you should be able to see. So it segregates our drawing information into basically 3 categories. There's existing, there's design, and then there's other. Okay, so everything else. Now we have a boundary around our work that we can see if we want to, see where it is our work's going to be calculated. We can use that as our boundary. That's one option. We can also, if we change that boundary polyline, I'll erase this original hatch. Let's turn this back on as our outside. Let's say if we use that as our original or as our boundary polyline, we can see it's going to, because we have a previously defined one, it's going to ask me down my command line, do I want to clear the existing boundaries? If I say yes, okay, then it says select the objects. I'll get that. That's the overall shrink wrap boundary that we used for that original surface. Now, if I do a takeoff and we do a hatch within that, that was the highlight. So if we do a hatch within that area, we see it's that entire area. Now, a couple of implications here. Right now, if we use that, if we keep that as our boundary, now what we've done is we've changed the extent of that surface. And remember, it is computing an existing surface and a design surface based on this list of layers that contain elements that have elevation. Okay, so that's really what takeoff is doing, is it's gathering all that stuff up and running triangulate and contour in the background for us all the time, but we don't have to keep track of it other than know which layer things belong to. Now, if I have that as my layer, even though my my design condition really ends right there, which is where I have my previous layer, I can still use this out here. And that means, though, that I need to set some behavior as to whether or not I'm going to extrapolate out to that perimeter, because my boundary ends right here, my physical edge of my surface. And if I say I want to go ahead and extrapolate it out to the boundary for when it's not defined out there, then how do I want to do it? And I have the choice here. I can either use the existing surface to extrapolate the design or not. And if I say, if it's unchecked, it's going to go from this edge and it's going to run straight line out to this edge to extrapolate that design. Sometimes it's what you want. Right now, I'm going to turn it off and say no, say okay. I'll say exit. And now here's the net effect of that. I haven't remade those surfaces yet. So if I want to take a look at that information, however, I'm going to go to my roads menu and do a quick profile. Let's see if it's going to let me do it. Yeah, so I'm going to pick a starting point. So I'm going to pick outside of here, and I'm going to draw across my parking lot and click OK, and then hit enter. And now what I have is I want to look at those two surfaces. And you see my crosshair marker down here below in the profile, the little blue crosshairs. See, that's showing me that I'm climbing up that surface. But as I go out here to the left, see, I can't go any further than right there. You see this marker up here in the upper part of my screen is walking out to the edge of that surface and stopping, because that's where the boundary was when they last made this set of surfaces. Now that I've changed the boundary, if I go back now and remake the existing ground and remake the design surface, realizing that I have those errors, and I'll live with those little things. It's mostly that little skirt area. And now I go back to do that same command, and let's do a quick section. And I'm going to do that same general area from here to here. and it wants to know, okay, see. Sorry, not a quick section. I did the wrong thing. I want a quick profile. Quick profile from surfaces from here to here. Now I see it, and as I, whoops, it's not exactly what I wanted either. I want a quick profile from surfaces, and I want to go from back here to over here. And now, because I extrapolated that design surface using the existing grade, you see what I've got in here? I've got my design grade comes down and hits right there on the bottom of that slope. And then it gets extrapolated out to this boundary, and it does it by sampling the original ground as it goes. Now, you can see as I click these things on and off, that red, for instance, is my final target. The white is the original ground. My design surface and my subgrade adjustment and my final target are all on, but you see they're all covered up in the same set of line work. You'll see how this is going to play out here in a minute. But what has happened by me choosing this outside boundary out here instead of back here, it now lets me actually evaluate parts of my property out in here. And here's one of the reasons why I wanted to do that. I'm going to adjust the alignment. So I'm going to zoom out of here. I'm going to click this button, adjust alignment, and I'm going to click near. I don't have to snap to it, just nearer to the midpoint of this line. I'm going to drag it across my site here. And I want to, I'm interested in this area right in here. So I'm going to put it down, say right there. Oops, I guess I snapped accidentally to something else. Okay, let's try this. All right, so if I look at this surface, this bank that's out here, turn off the original ground. That's actually the part that I want to see, is just the original ground. So you see right now, as it goes, that surface got defined, and you can see that there's this big drop right in here. See in my profile? And if I look at it up here, I can tell what caused that too. Right in here, it went from that contour line to that contour line, but on the way, it saw something else, and that is, you see right there at the bottom at that little V shape in the bottom part of my screen, lines up with that little little snippet of a contour up there in the upper part of the screen that you can see in plan view. So that triangle got built from, you know, that one set of contours down to the next, and you can see in real time the effects of that modeling. So right in here, I would trust that surface, but the closer I get to those little snippets, look at those little notches that start showing up. And then once I get over to here on the other side of that, you see it changes again. Okay. Now, what does that mean, and what does it matter? And you know, the answer could be nothing. It doesn't matter at all, because oh, come on. It could be that it doesn't matter at all because I may not be interested out there and I don't care about it. But if it is something that you do need to see and evaluate, then you can do that just like we did here by setting that outside border to that different line and then choosing if whether or not you want to extrapolate those surfaces. So I want you to see the net effect of what that does to our work. And it looks like I've managed to get this locked. Give it a second here. Let me switch over to this one. And then let's switch back. All right, now let's exit that. There we go. Okay, so so that's just a couple of things to keep in mind. I could keep it out here, let it extend beyond, or I could, in other cases, you know, change that up to use this as my boundary and limit it to just those areas. Okay. We talked about some of the display characteristics that we can turn on and off, whether we're looking at drawn elements or we're looking at contours. And when we say contours, we're looking at these green contours on my existing ground and we're saying, okay, well, those are my contours. Well, those are the contours, but they were things drawn in my drawing that I'm saying to take off, use these things drawn in my drawing to create a surface. And then once you have a surface created, you can show me with these options here in my settings for my display, I can see the contours that you think this system will have. You're going to generate the contours for me. And these green contours that you're looking at now are simply drawing entities. So if I uncheck them, but check on the existing contours, then those green ones will go away. These are the ones that Takeoff thinks the system consists of. And you can see over here, there's some of that mess that happened because of those bad contour lines. Same thing right in here in this area. Okay. So, you know, learn to recognize some of those issues and some of the errors that are in the files that we are given from other people, how to fix them, whether or not we need to fix them, and some of those tools accordingly. Okay. So I'll turn those contours, and these contours, like I said, on this settings for existing and design contours are not the things that are drawn in the drawing, like these contours that came from the engineering company. They are the resulting contours from that surface definition. Now, the last thing to talk about on that building of surfaces, let's go back to Takeoff, define layer, surface, material, etc. And we have those three. These are our targets. I've got everything here on these layers is existing. Everything here is design. Everything here is other. If you remember, we built that that other surface out there called EG from TRI command. Yeah, we did that yesterday to give us a target for the back of that parking lot. So because we have that already built, and because, you know, we did some refinements, we put the brake lines in the ditches and down the the ridge line, and we took some pains with making sure that was done well. And it would be a shame to not be able to use it if we have to constantly do it this way. And every time we do it this way and we tell it what layers certain things live on, then every time we run a command that requires us to have an existing surface and a design surface, it's going, something like this, make existing ground, it recreates through another pass of the triangulate command that stuff all over again. And of course, it's not being able to use the break lines if I didn't save them on a layer and tell it that that's existing. So we have another option. And here's what it is. We can, instead of saying that our surface source, and I'm down here in the middle, comes from layers, let's say it comes from a file. So we choose that, and it says none at this point, but I'm going to now choose this button here that's now active called select file, and I'm going to choose that surface file, e.g. from the TRI command. I'll choose open. It's now the source of my surface, and I don't really even have to bother with these. I'll put them back over here to other. So we'll turn those off. We'll save this definition. So now existing is based on a file. Design still has layer membership, and that's now saved, and I'm going to exit that. So if I turn on and off my existing conditions, notice I don't see anything because it's that external file that is defining that. Okay, but if I do this with my design, I'll still see it. Okay, so what happens with that? Now I have to go back and make existing ground surface, and it doesn't actually redo the command, it just reads that file that we've told it to do. Okay, so now I have two different conditions. I've got existing, I've got design, and I still, by the way, Marissa was not, yeah, see there, it thinks I've changed something. Do I want to recompute it? I'll say yes. Yeah, there's still just, I have no answer to that business of why that viewer doesn't load those surfaces up. It does load them. I see it in the model list, but it doesn't put it in the viewer. So anyway, regardless. So that's an option for us, that if you've really kind of taken care to model that existing ground surface, you can assign that as your existing conditions right here. You could also do it for design as far as that goes, but that way, particularly with existings, because once you have that defined, they don't generally change, okay, through the course of our project. So you can make that a file, keep it separate, use it for other things, and then set that as our target. Now, we saw in the quick profile across our little parking lot, we saw sort of some check boxes on the side where we could turn on and off the different layers, like the base layer, the subgrade adjustment layer, topsoil stripping and replacement layers, those sort of things as separate lines, but they were all superimposed over each other and they were exactly the same line. Well, here's where this stuff is going to start to become differentiated. So let's take a look first at our building pads itself. So here's a pad, a layer called pad, and that holds this building. And I think, let me exit out of here. I think that's on a different pad. Yeah, that's on a PRL CST layer. I see that over here. Okay. I could switch and put that on pad if I wanted to. But I think that means proposed. I don't know. landscaping something or LCST. It's some kind of an area. So here's what we do with our layer list. Let's go back to takeoff, define our targets, go to design. And I want to take this pad, which has this building, or it could have, you know, multiple building footprints all around the site. And I'm going to double click that or select it and choose the button down below here. This is edit layer. Now, when I do that, I'm going to get this dialog box up where I can define the material for my reports. So my material name, I may call that, instead of just pad, I may want to see that listed as, you know, building pad or building pads, whatever you want to call it. Okay. I can choose whether I want to include it in the material quantities or not. Here's also where I can switch a different target. I'm keeping it in design, and whether or not I put it in my 3D driving view. And if I do, I can set it by color or by texture, or just take the default conditions and let it pick. Now, what is the material type? So how do I report on this? Do I want to know when I'm putting together my list of materials, you know, I'm gonna basically get the area of that building, but do I need to know that in tons because I want to measure up the weight of the stone and the concrete and the stuff that goes underneath it? You know, I can do it that way. So right now it's an area, it's a closed figure. But so let's suppose it was, you know, a fence that goes across our site. So in that case, I would choose that to be linear, track of the distance or the, you know, the linear length of that feature. So when it reports, I know how much fencing to go and buy. If I'm defining, you know, drop inlets for storm grading or storm drainage, then I could define that based on, it's on a layer. And I would say, well, I want to use that as a count. And so it just simply counts all of the things on that layer, the individual distinctive things. So my storm inlet, then it could be as simple as a rectangle, or it could be a full-fledged, very complex block. As long as it's a single entity, that it can count those up. All right, so for now, let's look at these building pads. This is the main building. We're going to include it in our reporting, and we're going to come down here and say, I want to adjust the target surface by the depth as I define it down here. And I need to tell it what units do I want that depth to be in. By default, it stays in feet. I'm going to switch it to inches. And I'm going to call that subgrade now slab, you know, or concrete. And this is it's the name of the subgrade. So if I call that slab, and I go 6 inches because it's going to be a 6-inch concrete slab, and I can give it some shrink factor or whatever, and I need to know the cost per unit. So let me ask you two folks who work in the business every day, what is a good cost and what is the unit? How do you, when you're computing your bids, how do you figure, let's call this concrete slab. How do you figure your concrete? Do you price it by the ton, by the yard, by the square yard, square foot? Do you know, how do you pay for it? So somebody let me know.
I mean, it's normally about a square foot, you know, then based on thickness and reinforcement and whatever else you have involved with it.
Yeah, I think we normally do cubic yards.
concrete. That's what I'm getting at. When you want to total up your costs, I understand we normally measure that area and we know how thick it is and we do the math, but we're going to let the computer do that math for us. So how do I want to see the end result? And that is, you're saying cubic yards. Okay. And how much is a normal typical cost for concrete per cubic yard?
I have no idea.
Right now, it's about $145.
Put you guys on the spot. It's because I'm like you, Marissa. I have no clue. So, but 145 yards per cubic yard of concrete. Okay, good. That's what we need.
But Ken, also, I don't know if something is in front of your microphone, but it sounds like something's on top of it, or you just sound kind of like inside of the microphone, not really talking into it. If that makes sense.
Let's turn this off for a minute, then back on. Okay, now is it any better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, sorry about that. These are those earbuds, AirPods, whatever you call them. So I'm gonna make sure they're set. Yeah, they are set to use that. Okay, now. All right, so when we calculate this up, we're going to get, based on this cost, we'll see that show up in our totals. We could also, let's say, what do we normally put under? And by the way, is a 6-inch slab under a building of that size, is that typical, or would it be 8 inches or 12 inches, or what would it normally be?
I mean, I don't know about that.
Okay, well, let's leave it at 6. We get the concept.
6 would be fine, I would think.
Okay. So let's go. All right, now we've started at the top. We've gone down 6 inches for a concrete slab. We're going to need to put some stone aggregate under that, and we'll just call that stone base. Now here in Pennsylvania, we might, there might be like a number 57 or a 2A or a 2B, depending on what we're putting it under. But let's make that an 8-inch layer of stone. And how do you buy stone? Probably by the ton. And let's say that's 120 pounds per cubic foot. And I have no idea what a ton of limestone, what crushed limestone costs. Anybody have an idea?
Around here, probably I figure about $25 delivered. Okay,
good. I was going to use like 1750. That tells you how long ago I've been doing this work. So, all right. So now I've got a stone base defined, 8 inches of stone, 6 inches of concrete, and I've got a cubic yards for my concrete. I've got tons for my stone, and that tonnage is computed based on there being 120 pounds per cubic foot. I made sure I've used inches. Everything's good to go with this. I will now say, okay, I've now defined pad. And let's say that this now is a little landscape area. That was this layer. And if I double click that, excuse me, we're going to also call this one well, let's just call that one landscape pad. And again, remember, there could be more than one. It's going to be an area, and I'm not going to have a concrete pad under that one necessarily. I'll have, well, yeah, let's say we have a smaller one. We only have a 4-inch concrete pad, and that was also, we said 145 per cubic yard. Okay, and then we had I'll tell you what, let's just take that completely out. We have the stone bedding. I'll make it specifically different from the stone aggregate. I would just have 4 inches of stone, and that was, say, maybe it's not as well graded a stone. We'll say 1975 per ton at 115 pounds. It's got some dirt in it. And let's say that's all that is under there. There's nothing more than that 4 inches worth of stone. Okay. We'll save that.
Hey Ken.
Now, yes.
You didn't change your foot or your feet to inches.
Thank you. That would have shown up. I could have said, oh, you know, I meant to do that to show you what would happen, but I didn't. So I'll change that to inches. Good catch. All right. So now I've defined the building, the landscaping, the parking lot area, still not defined, other than we know it's going to be part of the finished grade. So if I do that, and that is these curb lines, remember the pad 3D PK lot, that's this skirt material out here, which I'm not going to define that as any kind of subgrades, but within the actual shape of the pavement, I'm going to have some things. And so now this time, and again, this material, I'm just going to call this one parking lot. Okay. But this is how, and you could do it this way. I could say that is an area, and it's going to have, you know, I could define the material, the asphalt, the stone base, the subgrade, all those different kinds of things, which I'm actually going to do. But it's not just an area. It is also a particular type of area, being either a back of curb or a pavement area, and it behaves like this. If you say back of curb, you then get this little button right here comes alive called curb dimensions. If I choose that, I've got three different types of curbs. I've got a curb and gutter, which is type 1. I've got a deck curb, which is type 2, and then I've got a wedge curb, which is type 3. So let's go ahead and use the full-on curb and gutter. I'll choose that type 1. I'll fill out my information. I'm going to use inches. I've got a top width of 6 inches, a total width of 8, or actually a gutter width of 18 inches, a taper of 6 inches. So that would be 18 inches, 6 inches, and 6 inches. That's a little bit much for what I really want. I'm going to say make that taper. Let's make it half an inch. So I'm going to say 0.5. And I want my top then to be 5.5 so that it has a total width across the top of 6 inches, 5.5 and a half. So that's my top. And then the width is, just make that 12. So now my total base should be 18. And you notice it's recalculating these things for me as I go. So I've got essentially a 6 by 6. My drop should be, I want to make that drop be an inch. And I've got a height 1. I'll keep it 6 inches. A height 2 is 12. So that's essentially a 6-inch reveal plus 1. So it's a 7-inch reveal down to my gutter line. Let's see, I want to change that then to be 5. So I've got a total of 5 plus 1 is my 6-inch drop. And then it comes back up. So that's now happy. I'm happy with it. There's my material. I'm going to call that conc for concrete. And it is, oh, you guys help me out again. Something.
Let's do 145.
145, thank you. And that's per cubic yard, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm good with that. I will, you can say save and you can give that a name and use it later just by hitting load and choose the name. I've now defined it. I'm going to say, okay. So now that's my curb. And I could say up here at the top, that really is all that I need to define. And I could give this a material cost per each per length. You know, it can measure the total length around my parking lot and say, that's your curb. And I would assign, if I knew that cost just based on length, it would do it that way. If that's the way I want to cost it, that's fine. Otherwise, even though I've told it that's the material for concrete and it will account for that, I also can now start building the material. So if I've got light duty pavement versus heavy duty pavement, all of those different types of things, I can then define them and give them individual costs, and it will tally that information for me. So let's do that. We're going to start at the top, and we're going to call that, I'll just call it asphalt. Let's spell it out, asphalt top. I would have called that, you know, here my, what do you guys call them? I would call them like my IDI2 course, which is my wearing course. Okay.
We
Yeah,
call it like a surface or a binder. Well, surface be top, then below that binder or intermediate.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, because I got binder courses, I've got wearing courses, I've got top course of that. So I've got some asphalt. It's the top, and that might be, say, let's call it 2.5 inches. Now, how do you pay for asphalt? A lot of places will pay for that by a square unit, but that's assuming a particular standard thickness. But again, somebody just throw out how you want to pay for it and what's a good cost.
I mean, I would just figure something random like, you know, 85 bucks a ton.
Okay.
Or 2.5 inches at, I mean, $12, $13 a square yard. Whatever's easiest.
All right. Well, it's however you pay for it and however you want it to be reported to you. So let's call it, say, $12.50 per yard. Maybe we know that, not cubic yard, but square yard, right? That's
Yeah, square yard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that way, that keeps me from having to worry about the density to assign, or if I know that I can do that. Now, if I then have another one that's only a 1/2 inch of that, then I can take that number and divide that, you know, accordingly, or I would have some number to report that. Now, here's the other thing. You said earlier about the stone, you said you might call that 25 feet delivered. Okay, so that implies it's got a labor and a delivery charge and all that kind of stuff built into that number. That's great, that's fine. If, however, when you're putting your bids together, your little spreadsheet where you're putting all this stuff together and aggregating the total cost, if you have line items in there that say labor costs for delivery of stone, then you need to take that number 25 that has the delivery implied in it and make it less, so that you now have the delivery added on top of it. Or alternately, you need to make sure that your delivery charges that you're trying to account for, you make them 0 in your spreadsheet, because you know that you've covered them in your assignment here. Okay, I mean, that's just, obviously you're going to want to get that as tight as you can get it so that you can be as competitive as you need to be. You know, so just know just know what these numbers are and understand that they can be whatever you want them to be. Like here's a case. All right, I know it's like 12, 13 bucks a yard if I'm using 2.5 inches. That's great. That's perfect. So now, then if I'm doing, let's call that a binder course, and let's just say an inch of that. So now an inch, is that going to be like 6 1/4? That would be an inch in course of maybe 6, maybe 5, 75 or $6 a yard, if that's the right proportion. Or maybe instead of $6, it's actually going to be like $8.50 for a square yard of that type of asphalt. All right, so whatever it is, however I define it, is going to be how I pay for it. Okay, so now this being $12.50 per yard, based on it being 2.5 inches thick. If I come in later and change this definition to say I want to use 5 inches of that stone, it does not at that point say, okay, that means that's $25 per yard. It's still going to be the same number of square yards, and it will still compute it by the same cost. But if you change this and you're not basing it on volume, you're basing this on area, and this has a depth component. If you change that depth, then you need to manually change this cost for it. Okay, so keep track of that. Now, if it's like concrete and we say it's so much per ton, then if we change the depth of the thickness or the depth of that concrete layer, it will automatically compute a new tonnage, because the tonnage computation is a volume-based computation. So any changes to that depth will affect the total ultimate units. Whereas in this case, a change in the depth won't change the area. Okay, everybody follow that? Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got the wrong, that's what I need to have. It is square yards. I've been sitting there using, I use the volume square yard, but it's a square yard inch. So it would have taken that, multiplied it by 2.5. So now this is just plain old square yards. There we go. That's what it needs to be. All right. So that's my 2 asphalt courses. I'm going to have now, and what did we call? I'll have to look back on it in a minute. I think we called it stone aggregate. No, we said stone base, maybe. That's what it was. And let's say we have 8 inches of stone there at 25. You said a ton, right? And then we've got, I'm just going to call it an aggregate subbase, which is basically my well-graded admixture here, stone and dirt. And I'm going to put, say, 12 inches of that under my parking lot. This is going to be a really super heavy duty parking lot. And what am I paying for that? Maybe 18 bucks a ton. I don't know idea. Just take a number. And let's say that is maybe 105 yards or 105 pounds per cubic foot. Okay, so now I've defined certain things, and you can see now in this depth column, I can see different definitions for those areas. I'll save, I'll exit. And now if I were to run my reports, it knows I've changed that. So let's do that. Let's just go to takeoff and choose calculate total volumes. It says, aha, existing surface source data or definition has changed. That's when I set it to that file. Do I want to update the existing? Yeah. Same thing for the design. Do I want to update? Yes. Now that's doing that same thing where I said takeoff, make existing, takeoff, make design. All right, so this pops up. I'm going to say, when I get back to it, I'll say exit. Here's now my volume option. Here's my report. If I know that I need to put in a shrink and swell factor, I can do so here. I can choose the standard report viewer or use a custom or an expanded. Let's just use the standard viewer for now. Report order, put totals on bottom. I'm not going to report tons here as a separate unit. The ones that are defined as tons, I think, will already show up as tons. Report cut and fill depth zones. I don't need to worry about that. I'm going to balance the cut and fill. There's my little title, and I'll say okay. Now, what it's doing here is it's highlighting and showing you the area within which it calculates those numbers. Remember, we set that boundary to that outside edge. If I set the boundary back to the inside edge, that's where it stops the calculations. Now, the numbers would be the same in this case because I'm not doing anything out here. There's no difference happening out here in this area. But this is just a little bit of a confirmation for you. And here's your report. Right now, I've got 11,000 yards of cut, 5,600 yards of fill. Maybe what I want, maybe what I'm constrained into being. Okay, I can also, as part of this work, I can tell it to, I'd like to balance my cut and fill, and it will try to take that design surface and shift it so that I achieve, you know, my desired balance. And balance, of course, remember, is not always zero. It can be the fact that I might need 25,000 yards of fill material on another project, so I better try to see if I can get 25,000 yards of cut out of this project to go haul somewhere else. So, here's some numbers. There's my totals. Here is if I let's see, my total horizontal area. So if it were a square, it would be, you know, a little over 5.5 acres. But if I reduce this thing to a cubic prism, I've got an average depth of 2.15 feet for cut, and my inclusion, my area in cut up here, so 140,000 square feet in cut at 2.15 feet of cut depth. So that times that gives me, you know what, 300 and some thousand square feet or cubic feet of cut. It's basically whatever this number is too, but these are the numbers that if I take this irregular shape and make it into a prismatic cube, these would be the numbers there. Okay. So right now it's telling me based on these numbers that I've got this much excess, 5,543 yards of material that I have to haul away. That's because this number is 5,543 yards bigger than this number. All right, pretty simple to understand that concept. But here's another nice number. It says, okay, if you want to reach a balanced condition here, what you need to do is to change that elevation by 0.61 feet. So just on average. So on average, if I could take that site, and since I'm hauling dirt away, and if I want dirt to stay, so I would raise that site up 0.608 feet. So raise it up half a foot or more. That gets me closer to a balanced site. Okay. And down here's my cut and fill yards divided by the acreage for whatever point, you might want to use those numbers. But anyway, that's my initial volume report. Okay, so far so good. But what about the costs? And that's one of these other additional reports. On our takeoff menu, I can now calculate volumes inside a particular perimeter. So you could say, you know, show me within, you know, a phase 1 boundary, what are my volumes? So you can do those kind of perimeter type things. Or now let's look at the materials quantities. We'll do a standard report. And here's where those definitions start to come into play. I've got, for my parking lot, I've got, here's my top course, here's my binding course, here's my stone base and my aggregate sub base. Concrete came from my curbs. Okay, I've got then my landscape pad, stone bedding as opposed to stone base, even though it might be the same thing and it might be the same unit cost, but it's broken out because I specified it differently than you know, this bedding differently from the base. Now I would look at this, I see I've got a my parking lot, 23.5-inch depth. Let me go back and look, make sure I've got, don't have something set to feet. So 4-inch, 4-inch, 12-inch square feet. My landscape pad, which has stone, 4 inches of stone bedding in it. And then there's now my total, $287,000. And here are my subtotals based on materials, not based on, you know, here's one based on, here's a parking lot, here's the landscape pad. And here now is just a you know, a summary of this based on materials itself. This total, like the count, I've got 6 of this material, 6 of this material, 6 of this, but it's 6 of this odd unit. It's not sure exactly what that is indicating here, but some of these things, like with counts, they don't really make a lot of sense unless there's some things that are defined that are by count. So just be sort of on the lookout for some of that kind of stuff. But this being, you know, say the actual total of that. Line above, we would see the same thing on the cost. So that cost and this cost obviously should be the same thing. This is the cost based on the material name alone. So notice I've got a stone base here because I had a stone base in the parking lot, and I've also got a stone base in, well, stone base, and that's a stone bedding. Okay, so had I called that the same name, I would see 2 different entries here, but only one down here because it would have put, you know, that stone and this stone as the same material. So here's my breakout by materials. It also now comes back to here and does this breakout based on material here.
Didn't you do the building pad? The
I
main building pad? Or did you take
oops,
that off?
sorry here. I had not gotten to do, or didn't I? Yeah, I did, didn't I? You know, I may have exited that before I stepped. No, look right here. Well, that's still
That's
for
for
parking
parking
lot.
lot.
So that's not it. But it tells me that, hey, one of your poly lines wasn't closed, so we will need to fix that. Yeah, but I should have. That. All right, I'm going to take a look at my building pad. Yes, it's closed. This is closed. This is closed. This is closed. That is closed. Huh, they're all closed. Why it skipped it? It says it's not closed, right? That's closed. Yes, it says. That's closed. Yes, it says. PRFC curb. PRFC curb. I think I know what's going on here. So that's now pad 3D parking lot. That should be PRFC closed. That's why it's not finding that. So if I find that here, I've got two items. So if I select that one, and now I should only have one left, and it's on PRFC curb. Okay, so that's what's caused that parking lot error, is that this layer had two different lines on it. One was the results of the building pad, and they basically copied it over to itself, put it on that new layer. And then this one is that original one that I was looking at that we elevated to create the pad. So it's now on its proper layer. So yeah, 3D polygon on PRFC curb. So that should all be good. Now, if I want to verify some of these areas, let's see if I can do that. Here is, can't really, I was going to hatch those as different areas. We'll see that in just a minute. But if I go back to my layer definitions now under design, yeah, see, pad has, I should see concrete slab and stone base. Should be called building slab included. Say okay. Total volumes. Okay. All right, so I've got parking lot and landscape pad. Why? Does it not? My building pad. Parking lot, parking lot, parking lot, parking lot, landscape pad, landscape pad. Oh, that's exactly why. Do you see why? Give you a clue.
Layer name.
Yeah, because what layer did I tell it? Remember? Here, and I told you I thought there were two different layers, and so I've got this. That's not the layer that building on. The building is on that layer, this PRLCST. I just erroneously assumed it was on that layer called pad, and I think it used to be at some point in my sorted past. So I'm just going to come up here and change it to be on layer pad. I'll go back and remake my design surface, and I'll calculate my total volumes. And then my standard report. Let's say I don't want to look at this individual boundaries. And now building pads, parking lot, and landscape pad. So there's my concrete slab. Here's my stone base for my building pads, stone base for my parking lot. So two separate animals there. But then when I look at my materials as subtotal quantities, I've got stone base. That's those two things added together. And of course, I've also got it down here as the units that went in to make those definitions. Okay, now, with that mystery out of the way, let's take a couple of quick looks at some things. Let's go back to the road menu and do that quick section again. And I'm going to go from, say, here across the parking. Wait a minute. Let me try that this way. Road, and not quick sections, but just do a right quick profile. So I'm going to go from out here across the parking lot, across that island, across the building, across the landscape island, and then into this parking lot, across that island, and then off the other side. So now here is how all of this stuff with these multiple surfaces is going to start to make sense. If I say just with no vertical exaggeration, we give it a 2 time. We'll make it too radical. So over here now is as I move this back and forth, you see my marker up here in the top as to what it is I'm looking at. And man, there we go. All right, so on the right-hand side now is what I'm looking at. So if I'm looking at the original ground, you see that white line that shows up or goes away? That's the existing ground. If I had any topsoil removal defined, you would see that become active. Now I have a design surface and I have a subgrade adjust. And the subgrade adjust, that means that's the line, and it's gray, of how far down do you take the subgrade. Now, it happens to be exactly the same as the final target that you see the red line there showing up and going away, because I adjust the subgrade, and based on the definitions of those thicknesses, that brings everything back up to the final grade. If I had topsoil stripping and replacement, that would mean that that final grade could be different from, you know, where the subgrade goes, or, you know, from the adjustment. So it would, you know, I could take it down to that, to the bottom of the subgrade, but I also may have to have stripped off, you know, 6 inches of topsoil. So I'm going to start from a different depth. So when it starts to compute those numbers, it handles all that stuff and it creates all of those as individual different surfaces. So now my final target, of course, is that red line. My design surface is that yellow. That's the actual final contours, the final overall stuff. But if I turn that off, there now is what I'm actually excavating before I start backfilling with stone or sand or asphalt layers or what have you. That's my final target versus there's my actually completed top surface. And you can see right in here that jumps up on that island. Okay. Now, what should happen, and didn't for this, is if I look here, and I move this back and forth down here in my profile view, I see right in there is my step up. So I'm down here and I'm actually in, let's put this subgrade back in. So when I'm out in here, sorry, out in this area, I'm down here, I've cut that, you know, down deep. I'm under the asphalt, I'm under the pavement to get to this subgrade. Once I get up to here, between those two lines, notice I don't have this subgrade. I'm assuming that that's not asphalt in there, and it's not. It calculates it as such because there was that outside closed polyline looking at the inside closed polyline around the building, and then it finds that as an island in the midst of that, and it says, okay, it's you know, only every other one. As it hits that, it finds that as a boundary to interrupt that material. So that's why when you calculate the volume of this parking lot materials, it's only going to be picking up asphalt in this area and in this area, but not in this area. And you can see that graphically right here. There's no red line underneath this part. It just goes up to the top and across. Okay. So that gives us some clarification, some quantification. We can, you know, turn on, turn off. Let's see, let's view the cut and fill. And there you can see, because I now have this outside boundary, it's going to start to consider materials out in here. Now those should be 0 actually. Look at this. Yeah, see, it wants to fill these. Looks like 10 feet right in there. Why it caused that 10 feet of fill? Probably because of, let's take a look at those surfaces. All right, there's my original. Ground is white. Let's see, let's make that 2 times. So the original ground is the white. The final target. Here we go. So this design surface, see this yellow bit, this downslope here? Because I said I want to interpolate that design surface out to my boundary. It went to that edge, and it went to, if I look in here tight enough, and I go up here, I'm not going to be able to say it because I turned off the actual drawn stuff. But if I look at it in here, I come from right in here and I come down to right there and then start going at a different slope. And that right in there, that slope right in there, that's the catch slope around those skirts around that overall parking lot. But then it goes a straight line from that back edge all the way down to the boundary as an extrapolation of that surface. Okay, so that right there tells me I might want to revise that setting and recompute some numbers. I don't know if you guys remember the last all right, so I'm looking at $362,000 to build this, right? There's my bottom line. Now, so what I've done based on that setting, oops, the wrong one, it's this, takeoff settings. Let's not extrapolate out to the boundary. We'll just go to that true edge. And in fact, we'll not only do that, but we will save, or not save, but we will change the boundary polyline. It will ask if I want to clear existing. Yep. I'm going to add to it. I'm going to clear it. I'm going to pick that as the new one. I will now make existing. I'll make design. And I'm going to recompute my costs now. So under my calculate total volumes, no, nothing's changed. You just think it has. So now probably some different numbers there, but I'm really more interested in the cost differential. And that's going to be from my side perimeter. My materials quantities, and let's go from there. So 361, that's still about 361, 694. So you did make a lot of difference in our particular case. But that's one thing that I can see, that if I I looked at before this amount of cut and fill as contours. Here they are again. So now I see, all right, here I just got some fill, and I'm not out here trying to put, or I'm sorry, some cut. I'm not out here though trying to put 10 feet of fill on the ground, which is what it was showing me to do in that last situation where I had gone all the way out to the bottom of that existing ground slope. I'll turn those off, maybe look at the, yeah, that's a little better about what I'm seeing. And I can tell at a glance here that I'm a little bit heavy on cut, the red, more so than the blue. It's darker and there's more of it, but it's fairly straightforward. Now, what do I also have that I've defined here? I've got those curves. Now, if I just simply take these lines and look at them in 3D, you don't see the curves. You just see that edge that represents the back of the curve, but it's carrying a curve with it. Now, we will see the curve when we do our surface view, our drive-by, which is our other view, other 3D view. That's our 3D drive simulation. And here's some things to set. Got some O for options. And it's asking me, do you want to see the surface with the subgrade adjustments? Yes or no? And for now, let's do so. And now we want to pick a starting position, or you can just hit enter for the center. Let's go from here and see what it might look like. So now here's our surface, or our 3D driving rather. And let's see some of the options to do. I've got a pickup truck. I'm looking toward the front, my view position as the driver. All right, I'm sitting in the truck there, or I'm a bird flying above the truck, or I'm a pedestrian walking behind the truck. Set some scaling, different type of colorations on the simulation. Put none, or flat shading rather. And what else should I do? I've got a particular elevation, I've got a distance, I've got a speed. I don't need to limit it to 5 miles an hour. Let's go at least 20. And let's just say run. And maybe we'll slow that down a little bit. Now watch the vehicle as I cross those edges. It's going down. I'm going to drop down. So my left tire in the front goes down, or it should have it. No, that's the building. So there you see how it goes down and out, lifts it and rocks it back up as I'm going across. I should hit here and go down. It puts me back on because that's the point at which my stuff is undefined once I'm off the edges. Okay. So now what we've done with that, pad, include in the report the 3D view, let's say by color, and we'll make those this color. my parking lot. I'll set the asphalt to this sort of grayish color, and we'll go back to that drive simulation. It's not picking up. Yeah, it's not picking up that subgrade. All right, no center line. Display the cut and fill, the dynamic trace. Let me use that software rendering. That may be what, yeah, that was my problem. There we go. I had to have some software rendering on mine because I'm running it under a Windows emulator, and I'm not running it under the graphics adapter itself. All right, so back to that. Yes, yes. Oh, for some options. Yes, and start in the center. Okay, now, so here are the adjustments. You can see the shapes of the triangles out here. You can see those cut and filled areas. And they are sort of, you know, they're just edge to edge. But there's the thickness of that material right there as it goes down through to accommodate. Excuse me, the depth of that asphalt within the parking lot, the depth of the building, right in here. Let's see if I give that a, I'm not seeing a lot of depth for the building. What if I've got that ill-defined? It is pad. No, see, it's 14 inches. 6 and 8, stone-based concrete slab. Should be all right. So my surface report. Call summary report. So profile, if I come across that, see there's within the building, see I should see that step down. That's what I wasn't seeing. All right. Show surface with the adjustments. No. There we go, I think. Yeah, there we go. So now you can see the cut down for the slab and the stone under the building. Same thing for the different layers of the asphalt under the parking lot. Okay, so, and now if I want to drive that, I'm just going to use the arrow keys and turn. And you see as I hit those, the car is going to rock up, and you see the set of numbers here in this little strip across the top that shows me my current position. And I've got you know, these little indicators here for the slopes, roll indicators, but this is a great way to get a look at your overall site, make sure it looks like what you're expecting so that you can have some confidence in your numbers. Okay. What did I do with that? Cross the takeoff, cannot continue. All right. All right, so as this gets reset, anybody have any questions on the overall general process before we start looking at some tools for PDFs?
No.
Okay, everybody good? Everybody understand the concept without, and there, as part of that, as part of these tutorial stuff, you will see things like areas of interest and all that. And all in the world, an area of interest is, when you're doing your work, is you're going to define certain closed polylines and say, this might be, you know, phase 1, this might be phase 2, this might be phase 3. It calculates everything as a computed whole, but then it will divide out the portions that are within those particular areas of interest. And there are all of these different, you know, you set your area of interest up with your polyline, etc. You also define your subgrades and grade materials. Now, what I wanted to show you that last little bit too was, let's go back to this. I'll turn off other. So this is basically just looking at my design. And if I look, yeah, let's see, let's hatch my subgrade areas. So if I want to see if I've defined everything correctly, here's my parking lot, for instance. I'll draw that. It says they were unclosed. All right, so this is within that area, that's my parking lot. Okay. If I do that command again, under my subgrade area, let's hatch another subgrade area. This time, let's use the landscape pad. We draw it, and instead of being red, let's make that green. All right, so that was, again, that was supposed to be landscape area there. This was supposed to be building pad, but I see it didn't save my changes because it died on me before I got to that. So that would tells me to go back to here to defining my boundaries. Let's see here. There we go. And pad, that's pad, okay. All right, let me get rid of those things and let's put this on layer pad like I already did but didn't save the drawing. Save, we will now recompute. Okay. So let's now recompute the two different surfaces. And then finally, looking at hatching the subgrade areas, I now have building pads. I edit that. Let's make the buildings blue. The parking lots, we'll make that sort of greenish color. And the landscape pad, that one actually should be the greenish color. That's good. Parking lot will make that there. And then finally, let's just draw them all. Okay, so that will help to confirm for us as we're doing this modeling that, okay, that's my parking lot. Where you're going to most likely see these divided into standard weight or standard thickness pavement, or, you know, heavy duty or standard duty asphalt areas, particularly if you're using commercial properties. It'll just help you to define and to verify that you have created things on the proper layers. Okay. So, because you saw before where this building wasn't getting computed because that outline, me thinking it was on building, I can think about that all day long, and it doesn't work unless it really is on layer building. So use these tools to help you figure those kinds of things out. Okay. Let's save that and give it a close. And we'll take a peek at some of these other examples that we got, and learn some of the tools that we're going to use for the for PDF processing. All right. So it is now what, 2:30-ish. It's almost a good point for a break, although yeah, I think I'll go ahead and give, is this a good time for you guys for your little 10-minute break for the afternoon, or do you want to wait a little further?
No, I think it's a good time.
All righty. So let's do that, and then when we get back, we'll sail on out with that continued work. So 2:38 now. Let's come back at, so I can get my watch on my hand here. Let's say 2:45, and we'll see what other tools we got to get into and come up with some questions, and we'll wrap it up. All right. Talk to you in a bit. Resume recording. All right. So we've played around with some of that little demo data, seen some of the things by assigning the layer membership and doing the computations. So let's take a look at a couple of real examples. So let's go to our start screen and open files, or pull down the file menu and choose open if you're still inside it and you don't have anything set up for now. And where you should look now is wherever you put your data that you downloaded. Let's look under the data sets folder, and let me take a look here for a second first. C103. I don't think I want to use that one, but that's there for you to play with at some point. Let's see these other ones. That was example one. Let's look at example two. The Family Dollar had the for instance.
Ken, we can't hear you. Ken, can you hear me? We still can't hear you.
These and
Oh, you had it for a second. Now it's gone again.
all right, so now can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can go with that. Let me know, either one of you, if you have problems hearing me speak. I don't know what's causing that issue. It's the first time I've ever had that, but anyway. All right, so let's take a look at some of these files. I was in this data sets and I looked at examples. One that's it's a typical site type stuff, but I don't know that there's some PDF things in it. I've got, let's see, let me figure out here which ones I might want to look at. Let me close that and let's go with, that's the one with the retaining wall and a building and some sidewalk information. It's not a bad one. There's the PDF for it. That was examples 2. Here's example 3, South Hills. That's a pretty good one, I think. Yeah. Self-storage. It might be the easiest one for us to work with, and it has a whole slew of things that have already been worked on. Let me see what these are going to be. There's the okay. So let's take a look at that one first. That would be in the Harmer self-storage file. And there is a DWG that we would probably normally start work with. But if we go to open files and then we go into our data sets, examples 4, and we look at this 171204 permit set, we'll open that. And if you get this error message, just choose to ignore the missing SHX. Acknowledge this when it comes up, that if you save it, it's going to be incompatible with earlier versions. Just say okay. And you do want to show your proxy graphics. We'll say okay. And now here we have a drawing file. It has a paper space tab in it that doesn't have anything in it. So I don't think there's anything we need to worry about there. We see our...
And is this from a PDF?
This particular one is not. I just want to show you what it looks like in the DWG, but we're going to take it from the PDF and see what we do to get it here.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the a series of, you know, contour lines. We've got our boundaries shown for us here. So we've had endless discussion on how we're going to bring this, how to get these things elevated and bring them into our models. But now, how did we get this particular set of information? And this particular one, this was called a permit set, and I think this was one that the owner finally got around to giving us.
Ken, we lost you again. Can't hear you.
Sorry. So this is one we finally got around to. The owner finally got around to giving us some drawing information directly, but it was, we had to go through and build everything from the PDF first in our initial workthroughs in this. So I just want to show you what it ultimately looked like, what we could wind up getting from the engineers, which really wasn't a whole lot better than what we had modeled to begin with, to be perfectly honest. So let's take it into a new situation from the PDF. And before we get to that, I'm going to also open the files. And that was, we're in examples 4. Let's look in the working folder and look at this Harmer storage. And just to see what is in here. And this one is the one that was taken directly from that, from the PDF file. Okay, so this was actually all of the PDF information brought into this, and it was done with some modeling, etc. Now I'm going to close that one as well, and we're going to go to the PDF original and start from ground zero. Okay. So back out to our start, we're going to make a new file instead of opening a file. So I'm just going to pull down File, New, and I'll choose, it doesn't matter. I'll choose this site drawing template. Say open. I'll take the wizard. It wants to know a drawing file name after I hit the word set. And I'm going to now, because I'm in the R10 version, I'm going to switch this up to let's see where. Am I? Here we go. Carlson projects, my class folder, and this one is where Marissa has hers, and we're going to call this one our self storage as a drawing file name. We'll save that. We'll just take the default of 50 scale. I'm going to say my symbol plot size, I'm going to make 1/10 of an inch. My text plot size, I'll make 8/100 of an inch. And I happen to be in state plane NAD 83, and I am in PA South, but that again won't have any effect on us at this stage because I'm going to be reading a paper drawing. Okay. I'll just take the defaults here on the coordinate file, which I probably won't use any coordinates for, and I go on to my next step. It's going to dump me in the drawing. I have nothing shown in this drawing because I haven't created anything yet. Okay. On your side, Heath. I'll do the same thing here. I'm going to switch that to let's use Carlson as a drawing template. I'll set its name to be storage. Again, save that. Make it whatever, 40.1.08. 3 PA South. Again, that part won't matter one bit. Say okay, take our default, say okay, everybody's good to go. Now we're going to be able to bring these things in from the PDFs. Okay, so we have this, we're ready to bring in the work that we got from outside. So to do that, we're going to bring in the PDF drawing, and there's two things we can do here. Well, three technically. One is that when we do it with the takeoff command to import the PDF, it's going to make its best attempt to create drawn vector information or CAD entities into our drawing. The other thing we could do is to simply insert the PDF or do a PDF attach. And it's just all that's going to do is to bring an image into this CAD file, and then I could start drawing things on top of it. Well, that's sort of defeating the purpose if I've got to draw it all over again. So I'm going to try the other route first. The other thing that that you can do is sort of a hybrid of those two things, and that is we're going to say bring in the PDF, but instead of trying to turn that into vector information, just treat it as an image. And instead of attaching it so that I can see the file exactly as it was, it just tries to generate, you know, those things as picture elements instead of the drawn and computable vector data. So it's sort of a halfway spot between those two ideas of pure image and pure vector. So, but what we're after is the vector information. So now we're going to do that with, on the R10 version, Marissa, you're going to go to File and Import, and you're going to import a PDF file. Okay, so now I want you to find a file, tell it what to use. Now, right now I'm in that same version that we were in. Or I'm sorry, we're in the same folder that our drawing is in. So I'm going to hit the Browse button, and I'm going to change from that folder. If you have changed, you may not have changed. You might be in the right folder to begin with, but I'm going to go back to my data sets, example 4 self-storage, and I'm going to see here is that PDF. It's called 171129 Harmer permit set. And I'm going to say open. And then when I do that, all that does is puts that file name back into this dialog box, ready for Carlson. I'll say then open. And it's going to go through and run a bunch of analysis on that and then come back and tell me a couple of things. And I see right here, it tells me the first line that, hey, there's 10 pages in that file. I could choose to import all pages. Okay. Or if I don't choose to do that, it's going to ask me then what page I want to use. So if I know what page it is, like I don't need to bring in the cover sheet, right? So if I go to that particular document, let's see if I can figure out then what is the right sheet that I need to use. Now there's the cover sheet. I don't really need that. That is the existing conditions. All right, that would be good to have. Here is the site plan, also probably good to have, at least to get these bounded edges. Site details I don't really need. I may need that if I'm like, here's my asphalt wedge curb and here's my pavement cross section. So I need to refer to those to build the subgrade, the subgrade information, but I don't really need to bring it into the drawing. Okay, so far I've got two. Now here is the grading plan. This is my future condition information. So I will want that. I see that I've got the existing conditions shown underneath it, so I can safely ignore that part of it, but I do want these finished contours as part of that grading plan. And I'm going to see if there's any other variations that might be better. So that's called grading plan. I click on this one and I see that's my utility plan. I don't really need it necessarily for anything right now, although it does have on it the fact that that's a new sanitary sewer. And there's my water line. So you can see what this sheet has and whether or not it may be something that you want to use and include. We would ultimately do it as part of the job, but I don't need to worry about it right now. The PCSM plan, that is our post-construction stormwater management plan, and it has one key component that you might want to use, and that's this underground detention system. And this is basically that big giant pocket of stone that they're using to hold some water, and some pipes in and out. If you want to account for that as part of your overall excavation and dirt hauling and stuff like that, then you would want to include that as well and give it a subgrade depth, that kind of information. Here's some more details on that as well. This shows you that infiltration basin, how deep it would be. Up here is some underground tank drawings and information and some highway loading, etc. Moving on, here's my erosion sedimentation control plan. Nothing I need to worry about there. There's some E&S details, nothing I need to worry about there. So what I do need, and the first one I need is this one for my existing plan. So that's page 2. And I want my site plan, page 3. And I don't really want that one. So I need 2, 3, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is my grading plan. Yeah, so 2, 3, and 5 are the sheets that I want. So I'll just make a note of that. And now back to here. We're not going to import all pages. Now what happens when you convert that information to AutoCAD entities? Some options. I can keep PDF layers because some PDF files, and I don't think this is one, will have, by the way, I'm getting a look down here. These are all typically shown. That's a 60 scale on the existing. This is a 40, as is this, okay? So anyway, I started to point out. Yeah, some of these PDFs have layer information that they keep with it. It's an option now as you create a file, and you would see it in, say, the sidebar stuff. If I had the table of contents, highlights, notes, books, bookmarks. See, I would see over here a list of layers that I could turn on and off, and much like an AutoCAD system where you could display or hide things on different layers. So that's not always saved. but that's why it's an option. So right now it's there, it's an option, but I can tell you from prior knowledge of this file that there are none in it. So it won't make a difference whether I do that. If I do uncheck it though, I have the option to say, well, use the colors that you find in the file as different layers. And if I look at this sheet, that means I would definitely get a different color from my stream center line, my boundaries for my outlined area, and whatever this green is here. And then everything else might be on the same layer. If that's considered the same color black, it might be a shade of gray or something that's slightly different. But that's ultimately what I'm after, is to get these contours and get those built into my existing ground. So that's where this using color comes in. So I'll go ahead and let that stay as it is. Then I can insert this all as a single block. I don't want to do that. If I turn on join nearest, here's what happens. All of these things will try to join up and skip across the gaps, but the problem's going to happen in these little tight areas where the contours come in and the gap, where I can look at this and I know inherently based on the line weight and such that this contour line continues from here all the way around to here and then turns a corner and goes around to here. But what would happen mathematically in the computer is, as this is processing this line, and if I have a gap allowance big enough to allow a gap that size, it's going to see the end of this line right here before it sees the end of this line. And so it's going to start connecting up lines that we don't want to have connected. All right, so I would suggest using that with some caution. If you are in, pretty flat terrain and your contour lines don't get tight and tangled like that, then you might want to turn it on just to save yourself the step. I will uncheck reduce vertices. I don't mind to have the extra vertices to get it as close to the original as I can. I'll use 0 line width right now. I don't need it to artificially inflate width. I can look at that, and if I need to change it later, I can. And then finally, skipping tiny lines. These seem to be pretty clean PDFs. So in this case, if there are tiny lines, I'm going to guess they're part of the original file that made the PDF, and they probably should want to keep them. Otherwise, the intent for that is to skip over, pieces of dirt or something that got caught on the scanner. If this was a scan captured PDF, I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it was CAD generated. So therefore, it has all of this vector information available to me. Now, if I didn't have any of that stuff, I have some other options over here on these image import. I can bring it in just as a plain old image. I can vectorize it. In other words, turn what it sees as an image, try to find the center of that cluster of pixels and walk down the middle and create line work and circles and such. So it's not as accurate at all as the previous option, where it recognizes the vector definition behind the graphic, because it's really literally finding the centroid of a clump of pixels that represent a drawn entity on a piece of paper, and then connecting up all of those densest dots, if you will, within those areas. Okay, so it's a mechanical way of bringing that in and converting it into vectors, but it's much less accurate, of course, than if we have a vector source on our PDF. So we're okay with this particular one. I think we got a modern enough setting. Some settings here. The only thing we can really set at this point are the 2 different engines of bringing in the PDF, and this visual integrity engine versus the GhostScript engine. Visual integrity, and both of these are licensed technologies that's part of the conversion program. Visual integrity is newer, has a few more options, and I think, in my experience at least, has been it's a little bit, I don't want to say more accurate. It's not that GhostScript is less accurate, but it, um, let's say maybe it handles more situations than GhostScript does. It just seems to be a little more robust. All right. So back to our line work options. Got everything set up like I like. I'm going to insert line work. And here's my choices. Now I need pages 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I could do them one at a time, or I can start with 2, go to 5, for instance, and then throw away number 4. So this lets me do it all at once. So I think that's what I'll do. Now I noticed that the main sheets are at a scale of 40, but that first sheet, that existing condition, really needs to come in at a scale of 60. But what we'll do is just wind up rescaling that. So I'll leave it at that, 2 to 5. I'll say okay. Okay, did everybody get the same error?
Mine worked.
Yours worked. How about yours, Heath?
It's asking me where to put it.
Okay, just click
no
the spot
error.
on the screen or type 00 or whatever you want to do. All right, so let's see. All right, this was in our self-storage. Well, it, for whatever reason, does not like that particular file on my system. Let's see what I've got. Let me pull these out separately. I'm going to go to Marissa. I'm going to pull that one out here individually, that one, and that one. All right, so there's 2, 3, and 5. Actually, it's 2, 3, and 5. So I'm going to call this one, just rename that to page 260 scale. Page 330 scale. And this is page 530 Let's go. SCALE. Now let's see if doing that might have fixed this. I'm not so sure it will have. We'll see. All right, so if I go up and up, page 260 scale. Let's see what happens. Oh, that looks fine. Import the line work. Yeah, brought it in. Now it wants to know where to go. So 0, 0 is fine by me. Rotation is 0. My scale is 60. I would enter and done. All right, so it now has.
And do we leave 60 for both of them since
Both
those
the
ones
same.
were 40?
Does everybody have this?
Yes, but did you hear me though? Ken,
Yay, nay?
can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with his.
No. I brought that in at 60 scale and it worked. Now, if I'm gonna take this and copy it.
Ken, can you hear us?
Down here a little bit.
Hello?
You know, maybe we weren't sure of the scale, or they plotted it at some different scale, or the file was enlarged or shrunk and we didn't have it correctly done. Excuse me. Then we can scale this stuff based on a couple of parameters. Now it turns out we have an exact sheet. We told it was 60 scale and it fits exactly. I measured between those 2 points, snapping to the endpoints, and it reads 60 exactly. Do you guys know how to scale this stuff to where it's exact? And there's a couple of ways you can do that. Okay. Good. Are you guys able to hear me?
Hello, can you hear us? Hello?
I can't hear anybody if you're talking. Wow, hang on. Try this one more time.
Ken, can you hear me?
Now I can.
What happened?
I don't have any idea. Were you able to hear me at all talking about scaling and stuff like that?
Yes, I was trying to ask a question though, because when you started at the beginning and then it wasn't working for you, you had selected all three of those drawings, but the one was the 60 scale and then the other two were 40s, correct? So how do you know what scale to put them on?
Well, that's what I was going over right now, because it doesn't really matter. I can always, once they're in, rescale them. Okay.
Okay.
And here's how we're going to do that. Like right now, when I made a copy of that one and brought it down here and just scaled it up with something different, something arbitrary. Okay. I just stretched it, made it bigger. So now there is a way of fixing that. I'm going to take this stuff now and just move it off, say down here, so that I can stay away from my stuff there and we can fix this. So what we have to do is we have to know something on the ground or some true distance to be able to scale something and have it fit or have it to go to something exact. And the only thing I really know here is that this goes from 0 to 60 to 120 to 240. Okay, that's all that I have graphically that defines a specific distance. If I have a property line that says it is, well, that says 50 feet rear setback, so that means these two lines are supposed to be 50 feet apart. But if I have, this long line, it says it's, north 81 degrees, 15 minutes, 37 seconds east, and it's, 428.67 feet long. That's perfect. I can scale it based on that corner to that corner. Here's what it is in the drawing. What it's supposed to be is 487 point blah, 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 and even handles rotation and things like that as well. Okay. So to scale that, if I know something, and here's my little bar scale. Now, again, it's not ideal to base everything on, say, just something in one little tight part of the drawing, because if this had been scanned from a piece of paper, then that part of the paper could have been stretched differentially. We don't know. So we're okay with this file. But to scale that, to make that match, I need to choose the scale command. So I'll go to Edit, Scale, and you can either use the wizard or you can use standard scale. I'm just going to use the standard scale. It wants to know the object, so I'm going to draw a window around everything that I want to change the scale of. Hit Enter, and now it wants to know a base point. Now this, by the way, this command that I'm running is just plain old standard CAD stuff. This works. It doesn't have to be, in conjunction with takeoff or with a PDF file. It's just plain old CAD stuff. So where's its base point? Now here's what I'm going to be doing. Because I have a known distance that I know it should be, and it is right now whatever it is, but because I have this, I need to do this by reference. And so it's now asking me the base point. What's my point that I want to hold, my anchor point? So I want that, and you see my little snapping to endpoint is on. So I want to hold that as my central point. I'll click, and it wants to know a scale factor. Now this is where you can, if you stretch the mouse or you type a number, if I know it's got to be half that distance, then I'll type 0.5. Or all of those kinds of things. Or the other option is R for reference. And if I say R, it's going to ask me to specify a reference length, and then I'm going to specify the new length. So I need to show it this 60, 120, 240, whatever it happens to be. Now I can look at this right now and tell you that that scale is wrong. I hope you can see that as well. It's 0, 60, 120, 180 is what it should be. Right? I mean, by inspection. I see what their intent was, but it didn't work. Each of those things is essentially 3 inches on the piece of paper, and an inch to 60 feet. That should make that 180. So there's a case of where the drawing is actually incorrect. However, I'm going to trust the 60 part of it. So I'm going to say my specify reference length. Well, I can either type a number if I had measured whatever this distance is, or I can show it graphically. I'm going to show it graphically. So I'm going to position the mouse near that corner, let it find the endpoint snap and click. And I'm going to go all the way out to here. And you want these to be, you know, any of these reference things you want to be as long and across as much of the drawing as you can manage. But so I'm going to go from 0 out to that spot there, click. And now it wants to know a new length or points. I could give it, you know, another click, click, click. Well, I know that's supposed to be 180. Okay. So now when I look at that, you see how it's set it back to being the same size, the same distance. So that's what I said. If you brought all three of those sheets in at one spot, you brought them all in at 40, or if you brought them all in at 60, then you're going to need to scale one or the others. Either you need to scale all the 40s or you need to scale the 60s, and you do it with that, you know, that little bit in mind. Now, that was one way to have done it. The other way to have done it is this. If I know that I've got something, I'm going to draw a line, draw a 2D polyline, and I'm just going to click here, and I'm going to type D for distance, and I'm going to say, well, feet is in angle brackets, so that's what it's going to use. If I type a number, that'll be my default unit. So I'm going to go 180. And it wants to know a direction. I've told it the distance, and I can either go cursor, which means just follow wherever the cursor is pointing, or I'm going to say A for angle. And the angle code that I want is 1 through 9. If I look up here at the line above, I see I've got 1, 2, 3, and 4 are my quadrants. 1 is going to be north to east, 2 is going to be south to east, south to west, north to west. Then I can use an azimuth, an angle left, angle right, deflection left, and deflection right. It doesn't really matter to me. I'll take it as 1, so north to east. So that bearing is going to be 90 degrees. So it's 90, it's north 90 degrees east. And there's that line. So that's going to be my 180 line. Okay. So if this were some, like I said, some arbitrary distance, or if I had scaled this, let's put it here and say 0.67. All right, so let's say it came in at that scale, like it came in at, you know, the wrong size, but I know that that's supposed to be 180. Here's my 180 line. There's that's not. So I've got another thing I can do instead of having to know those distances. If I have something drawn in my drawing that I know needs to match something else that's drawn, and it can be the, you know, a property line, the corner of a building, anything that you have, that I say in this drawing, this drawn feature represents this other thing that I've got from some other means, maybe from the surveyors or something. So what you're going to do is called an alignment. And that is under the edit menu, align, just a 2D align, because we're taking a PDF, we don't have the 3D information with it, although some can. Select the object. So I'm going to select everything that I want to change to that. And now look at our prompts. It says source point, pick a point or a point number. So we're going to give it a couple of point pairs. So if my first point, I'm going to choose that 0, 0 on the bar scale right there. It wants to know now, I'll pick a point or point number, but I read the line above that and it says the first destination point. So that as a source point to here as a destination point. What did I? Wound up breaking something. 2D line. Okay, so from there to there. Oh, I don't know what happened. I must have hit something twice. All right, so now it wants a second source point. So I'm going to go to this line, and it's supposed to be the same as this. Okay. Now, keep in mind what the command says. It says align. So this also helps you set rotation in case something is, twisted on the screen. It happened to be the same orientation, so it won't make a difference. But when I'm doing the align command to set the rotation, it also recognizes the fact that it might be a different length. And I can look at that by inspection and realize that it is. So it's asking me, do you want to scale the objects also based on those points? And your choices, of course, are yes or no. So I'm going to type Y for yes, otherwise it won't scale it. And when I do that, it picks it up, moves it down to that corner, sets the rotation, and then changes the scale so that it matches the exact same length. And so now I've got two features right there. One was from the bar scale, one was from that line that I drew. And so there now happens to be, and you can see that those are the same size. So that's how you would rescale that information, right? So we have this in now as our existing conditions. I'm going to do a save, and let's get this stuff in the drawing and elevated. Now I've got some things I don't need, like I don't need any of this stuff, right? So I'll select that and hit that. Oh, by the way, if I look at that, see when I select that, what is it? That is a polyline. It doesn't know that that's a piece of text. Okay, but it's, it's a pretty nice looking polyline. And of course it looks like text to us. I can, if I need, take some tools. I'm not sure if they're here in standalone, probably. I can convert those rasters to text right here, raster to text, where it would have me select, all of these. Well, in this, that's raster. I would do a vector to text after I've done this conversion, but it would, ask me to show it some lines, teach it a few letters as to what that letter is supposed to be, and then run the command, and it tries to basically do a like optical character recognition does with a scanner. It's going to try to come up with those pieces of text. Now, the other thing is that if this PDF had been generated with a computer that used a bunch of standard computer system fonts like these, if I select that one, it recognizes that as text. And it used a font, well, it matches a style called standard, which is made up of a font called Arial in this particular case. And so it tends to recognize those text elements if they're based on true type fonts, as opposed to these ones that are based on pen strokes. Okay, so those are just, although it looks like that one. Yeah, see, it did recognize that as text, but it did not recognize this as text. Okay, so be aware of that. If you need the text, you might want to try to bring that stuff in with some of those conversion things. Now, we don't need it. So I'm going to just select those things that I don't need just to save a little room in the drawing. I don't need this. Now, this is an interesting concept here. I will I'm actually going to select this stuff on the right-hand edge and press delete so that I got rid of all that extraneous stuff that I don't need. Now, here's the interesting part. Right here is a north arrow. Okay, so what I have on this sheet is lined up. It matches the orientation of the page, but when they created the sheet, north in their computer was straight up. They had it twist a little bit to generate the sheet, and that's now what you have. If you were to leave it as we have it now, won't hurt anything. But on the ground, if I have a line that's parallel to this line, it's something over here in the site area, then that line needs to be considered north. You know, if it's parallel to this north arrow, then but obviously it wouldn't be. This looks like to be, you know, I don't know, 10 degrees to the west. So you might want to you know, rotate all of this information based on that rotation there. That will at least get you to where north is up in your model, although it's not necessary to do that, because when that sheet was put out, north is in this direction. It's really arbitrary as to what we call north and straight up. But if we ever want to match this to some ground survey activities, we're going to need to have that resolved. And so for now, I'm going to leave it alone, and let's go through some of these steps. So I'll save my drawing, and I'm going to take a look at what I have. So the first thing to do is look at this in 3 dimensions. So I'm going to choose my little viewer. That's that multicolored globe, or cube rather. I'll select my data. I'll let it load up, and I don't see anything in it. I'll uncheck ignore 0, and I say, aha, that's because everything is at 0. And I now know that I need to update this information to give it some non-zero elevations, and I can start to use it. So let's see, we have our color, I think, is set. We are looking at it as being gray right now because we haven't defined any particular layers for it. So let's take a look at what we have on the layers, though, to see if we can take advantage of that. Because remember, we had to do it by color. So if I look on my inquiry menu and choose Layer Inspector, I see I've got a layer 0 with nothing on it. I've got a layer called C0000 black, and that has my existing property boundary and my setback. And the little label here that calls what that is. I also have the sheet boundary, the bar scale, everything else on that particular layer. So I could give that a name. I could rename that layer. In fact, I will rename it. I'm going to call it, instead of C0000000 black, I'm going to call it site let's see here, site property BNDY for boundary. Okay. Now I need to do some moving things around a little bit. I'm going to now also look at this one. I see that's black H, black V. So that's black horizontal, black vertical. I'm sure that's what that means. It goes along with this. Horizontal pieces of my scale, vertical pieces of my scale. Probably don't need anything that's on those. I'm not going to worry about them, but I now know what's on them. Here's one called C0000FF. That looks like it is my water features. So I'm going to call that one, or rename that one as stream. In fact, let's call it V-site dash planimetry dash stream. And so that tells me when I look at it later that it came from surveyors and it's on the site. So it's part of my site groupings, and it is planimetric feature and it's called stream. Here's now CFF00. Looks like they're just they're hatched areas. Looks like those little wetland areas that we might have. I really probably don't need them. I'll leave them there now though. Get rid of them later if I need to save some room. All right, I've got C012825. Doesn't look like there's anything there. I look over here and I see, yep, indeed, it says there's 31 things there. So I'm going to see where it is. I'll turn this zoom button on and then choose that layer. It should zoom to that. I still don't see anything in the drawing. So it may be that it's a block definition that's not showing up.
It's the KDH consulting.
Ah, okay. Okay, good. Well, yeah, but see, I erased mine, but it still thinks it's there because it was originally a block and it's in the block definition in the drawing. So I needed to have purged this if I needed to get rid of them. So no problem. I'm just really using this as a way of getting to what's in my drawing. So right now I've got 0 entities on that one, no problem. So I'm going to just kind of walk through this. Now I look at these and I say, okay, getting somewhere now. These are probably my index contours, I'm going to guess. There's some labels. And there's my, all right, so that's intermediate. And if I control click here, yep, that's exactly what it is. So this one is V, which means survey. So V dash topo dash enter dash CTR intermediate contours.
You selected both of those?
Nope, I just did long enough to see which one was which. Okay, so that's my intermediates. Now, if I go back here and choose this one, that's my index ones. See, that's intermediate. This is going to be index. So I'll rename that as V-site-topo-index-CTR. And I think that one in between is my V dash site dash topo dash CTRT XT. All right. So I use that process to go through here and sort of help me find a way. Actually, I'm going to take that. I need to add site into that layer name just for consistency's sake. There we go. All right. What else do we have? We have this. That is our MPDES boundary. Existing, nothing on. These were those pre-built layers from the drawing template. My point, description, elevation, mark, point number, none of that was going to happen. PRFC curb. So proposed face of curb, nothing on it. Looks like that's everything. Make sure my restore view on exit is on, and I'll exit. So now I've got a few things by layer that are going to be somewhat helpful. I've got that one layer that we called the property boundary, but it also includes the bar scale and the title block and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to make a new layer to hold the title block info. So I'm going to go to my layer manager, choose new layer, and I'm just going to call it TBLK info, title block info. And I'm going to isolate, so view isolate layer. And I'll grab that one first. And now I'm going to put on that layer or put the things on this layer over onto title block info that I want to be there. So I'm going to select them. So there's that. There's that. Now, what do I want? That probably needs to stay somewhere else. Let's see, I've got that already. Okay, I think that'll work. I will put that over here on title block. And I do that with their selected. I go to properties and I'm going to put that on T block info. And it tells me, okay, I put it there, but that layer is frozen or turned off, so I'm not going to be able to see it. So that was fine. That's what I intended. I look in here too, by the way, and I see whatever this is, it was on that set of layers. So it could be something important. I don't know for sure. So I'm going to zoom around it and I'll keep my eye on it, and I'm going to bring on everything that is now frozen. And I see, doesn't mean much to me. It looks like it's just something stray. Okay, so if I'm satisfied I don't want to use it for anything, I'll just delete it. So far, so good. Now back to isolating this layer. Oops. Isolate that. Here we go. Now, it's a lot more convenient to treat these things as drawn polylines and not as individual segmented pieces. So I'm going to do that very thing. I'm going to, first of all, I see this little thing that looks like a stop sign, but it's really not. When I regenerate the drawing, it becomes a circle like it's supposed to do. And there's a, that's just an AutoCAD type thing. I can set a variable called view resolution. Yes. And change its value up to 20,000 instead of 100. And that should fix it for most of the situations. Now, I want to join all of these pieces into a single polyline. And I don't want to have to do it piece by piece by piece by piece. And I see two things that I need to do here if I'm going to use this line for anything, and I may or may not. But I need to have these lines meet at the corner. And right now, with the way the KDH people did it is that they put down the circle for the property corner, and then they trimmed the line to the outside edge of the corner. It looks nice and neat. Mathematically, that's not really what happens, because that property line actually goes to the center of that circle and not to the edge of it. So I need to have those two things meet as if I had given them a 0 radius fillet. So the first thing I'll do is go around to all the corners and just set the corners on my join nearest. So I'm going to go to edit, join nearest, and I'm going to go to my max separation. I'll choose pick, and I'm going to make sure that I get enough distance that covers that gap at the corner. And now I want to look at one of these three methods of connecting these two lines at the corners. If I say average the endpoints together, well, that will probably work in some cases for some things, but here's what happens in this case, for instance. If I were to average that together, what it does is it takes this endpoint and it draws a line to the other endpoint, and then it goes to the midpoint of that line and then picks these lines up and brings their points down to that new midpoint. So you can see from that it winds up changing the direction of these lines a little bit, and it changes the length a little bit. So that's not exactly what I want. That's the averaging them together. If I say directly connect, then it puts a third segment in here. So it goes point to point on the outside of the circle, straight across to the other point on the outside of the circle, and then on to the next line or the next circle. Okay, so that's not what I want either. What I do want, though, is fill it with a radius of 0. So that means it's going to extend each of these lines to the intersection and then trim off the outside overlapping parts. And then finally, some other controls. I will convert lines and arcs, etc., into polylines. I will allow it to join across intersections. I will restrict the join to only things on the same layer. I can restrict it to elevations, etc. All of this is good. I'm gonna say, okay, now, I could at this point say, draw a window around everything, boom, all it goes and good, except what happens is it also controls these gaps and these gaps and all that. So what I wanted to do with that specific setting is just come in here and grab the segments around the corners. So there's 2 there. There's 2, 3 here. So I'll get those 3. That's probably not correct, because I think that's probably an arc, but I'm not worried about it. I'm not really trying to use this as a boundary survey. If I needed it for those purposes, I would choose those drawing files. Okay, so but for right now, just to get me something I can use that I can still count on being relatively accurate, at least in the corners, I'll do it this way. And I think that's all I need. I'll hit OK. All right, so it says no lines, arcs, or unclosed polylines were selected. So what were those? Aha. It is a polyline, but it is a trace. Okay. That's because of the way they made their property lines. They made their property lines by polylines with a specific set width, so we really get the actual outline of it in triangular halves. So I have one there, and I have one there. All right, so if I really need to use something with that, let's see, if I call this, it looks like that's an arc. That's probably a straight line. Straight line, straight line. Who knows? All right. So to make it quicker, I'm going to go down here to my object snapping. I'll make sure center is turned on, and I'm just going to draw 2D polyline. I'm going to put this on site property boundary. And I'm going to go from there to there to there. I'm just making sure I get to the center of the circles. And then I'm going to type A for arc. And it wants to know the endpoint. And now there to there to there to there to there to there. Oops. Let's undo that one. To there. There we go. And then finally, C to close. All right. So now I have this. We'll make it red. We will make it a heavy line weight. We'll display the line weight, and we'll finally set a particular line type, which is that double dash. It's possibly border, who knows. Yeah. So if I isolate that particular thing, I would see that as a bordered boundary line. That's what it would look like there. So anyway, that was a means of joining those. Now I'm going to also then, I would do the same thing for this particular line. And this one could go much quicker because that's just my setback line. I'm going to give it a big enough distance to cover that gap. And I'm going to say, yeah, that fillet with zero radius is fine as well. And I will set up sort of
think that gets everything. This one. There we go. Well, that worked well, didn't it? Let's undo that particular effort. Anyway, we would join nearest here. Still is. Well, I think I can actually get rid of all of this stuff. I don't really need that to do my modeling. As a side yard buffer, my 50-foot setback. Okay, so what I'm looking to do then later on is I'll go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff. Leaving just the property line and that street name. I'll leave that there too. So what do I have? Let's take that and there we go. Does that leave me? Yeah, okay, so all I have is the street name and this as a figure. So that's, and remember, this is just what's on that layer because I froze those layers. I'll now thaw those other layers and I've got these. So I'm going to isolate, this individual. I would do the same thing with this streamline. Let's isolate the stream. And we need that one to become to become a connected line, so we can use it as a break line down the middle of those contours later. And we haven't set an elevation for it yet. Right now, we're just turning it into a single entity. So I'm going to choose join nearest, which is on the edit menu toward the bottom, or it's on the polyline toolbar. I'm going to pick a gap distance, go from here to there. And I'm going to say just directly connect the endpoint. So just wherever that gap is, fill that in with a gap, fill it in with a segment. So I'll select these. I will select these, except not these, in case those are
polylines. And then I'll finally select these. Now notice, even though I've selected everything together, it's not going to join across these big giant gaps because that exceeds the gap that I set, that tolerance. So now there's that single line there. I've got that single line there. This should be a single line. There it is. Everything's lovely. In fact, right there's some information I have, 823.4. That's a polyline. I'm going to select it. It has an elevation of 823.4. Okay, we're good to go on that one. Now, we haven't told it anything yet about existing or design. We haven't started elevating things yet. So that one was flat as a water elevation. I now will restore my layers and I'm going to isolate a couple more. I've got this one, which is the text. There's the index contour, and we'll cross a few that way. Now I see I've got some utilities down here as well. I don't need those to be on right yet. So I'll say, okay, I've now isolated these. What do I have? Well, one thing I see, this right here, you see that is out here on this edge of the mapping. I'm sure that it's not necessarily anything that I need because that's probably not a real feature. That's probably the remnants of the edge that they've been processing on, so I could get rid of them if I needed. I also see I've got these little tick marks that indicate the edge of my pavement. I want to make sure I don't necessarily use or keep those, because once I elevate that, I don't need to elevate those tick marks. I can leave them there, but I'll only elevate this line and this line when it comes time. All right, but for now, I need to work on this, things on this layer called V-site topo index, and then things on this layer called V-site topo intermediate. What is this one on? Is on V-site topo index. It's on that layer because it happens to be the exact same color as that index. So you remember when we first brought it in, we brought it in by color. Okay, so let's restore those layers, and let's now isolate just, I got a piece of text and a intermediate contour. I did that so that I can start elevating these contours if I want to later, but the key thing is to get these gaps closed up. So I'm going to do a join nearest. I'm going to pick this gap, which is rather large. And there's a couple of ways of deciding how this is going to work. If I say directly connect and do it for everything, then I've got a situation like coming around this contour that's going to just square it off and set that blunt edge up there. Whereas in reality, what it might do is go up here a ways, and then this one comes down here a ways. So that would be that fillet with radius 0. So you might have a few things you will want to check and see. But I'm going to do this one for now and see what transpires. I'm just going to grab everything and go, and let's see what happened. Well, look right here, some issues of, obviously this was a contour line down this direction that should have come on around here, and then that one should have been up here. It didn't. That was closer there than it is here, okay? So that's why you can't follow that all that blindly, and it's not 100% foolproof. So let's undo that business. We'll come back and see if we can't do as much of this automatedly as we can. There's a fence. I don't need that. I'm going to say this to this to this. All right, that's okay. I can live with that. It's probably not exactly that way. I'll run it again. That's good. Run it again. And let's see if I can't grab a few of these at a time. Nope. Well, I'll fix that in just a minute. I also noticed I had a couple of extra features in here. It looks like I've got 2 polylines. There's one. Whoops. All right, so there's some duplication here. Now, is that, yeah, I've got all kinds of duplications. All right, so if I do this, if I select this line, I see up here that I've got 2 features. Tells me, hey, when I brought this PDF file in, it created 2 lines in that same spot. So what is the tool I can use to fix that? Anybody?
Could you explode it?
Well, I could, but here's the situation. I have right here this one particular dash. I look at my entity count in my properties right here in parentheses. I see that I've got 2 items. I only want 1. They're 2 exactly identical items. So how do I get rid of that? How do I get it down to 1?
3D to 2D. No, wait, never mind. It's not on 3D.
Yeah, we haven't got any elevations yet. What else might I use that we've looked at that I told you to be careful about using just as a blanket, but comes in handy when you need it. What about drawing cleanup? Because one of the things to do in drawing cleanup is to remove duplicate line work. I'm going to say within 100th. And I'm going to say, okay, off it goes and processes. Let's see what it comes up with. And that's just for the layers that you see out here now. It's over 7,000. Now, if I zoom in down here again and do this selection, I see I've only got 1 polyline. Now that's better. And I don't have to go around, you know, piecemealing all of this kind of picky uni stuff. And I can start to accelerate what I've been doing here before. So put those together. whoops, that jumped across there. I didn't need that to happen, so I will erase polyline segment, which is on the edit polyline toolbox. So that's one thing I do is start fixing all of those. I've got some things here to fix. So I'm just going to click these and open these back up. Now it's important to do that because if we leave those connected and then we start giving them elevations to be able to use, they're going to put the wrong elevation on the wrong polyline. Obviously you guys can see that, I would imagine. All right, so as I go through this, we bring all these things up to being single entities to make them easier to work with. And you don't really have to do this. It just makes them easier in the long run. And then I'll take those segments out. So you can see what I'm doing is I'm going to do these in stages, clean up the crossovers that I don't need because they're too close together, and then manually fix those joints. Now, as I'm doing this, you can see what I'm doing is I'm getting rid of all of the little cross pieces that formed between one line of contours and the line of contours above or below it. Okay. I see what I'm doing and how I'm doing the edits. So you just have to, and there's no shortcut to this part of it other than, trying to get a PDF file from the engineers where they don't use dashed lines. And good luck for that. And if you're running this command and it's not working for you, one of the key things that might be amiss is that gap might not be big enough in a given particular instance. So keep your eye on that. And boom, and so we just step through, get our lines to where we need them. Okay. Yeah, let's get a couple more here from Now that we're getting into some of the numbers. Now that probably does this. And then this probably does that. And here's a case where this did not work because that gap was too big. So I need to give it a bigger allowance. So that's probably this one here. There we go. So there to there to there to there. Now, one thing too to keep in mind, it might be helpful for you at some point, is when you are doing this command, join nearest, if you have a series of lines, for instance, that you might be using out here, and maybe they are of a completely different layer, color, what have you. So maybe this is by color will be green, yeah, so it's that. So if I wanted to join this line, which is on layer PRFC curb, to this line, which is on layer V site topo index contour, the way this works is when you run that command, join nearest, it's going to ask you to, you're going to give it a gap, you're going to tell it how to do it, and then you're either going to restrict it to say only join identical layers. If you don't want that restriction, we'll uncheck it. Only join identical colors, etc. No, everything's okay there, but when you say okay and it asks you to pick things, when you pick them, the order in which you pick them matters. It's the last one you pick that wins. So if I choose this to join to this, the resulting joined line work is of the characteristics of that second object, okay? If I do that in the opposite order, of course, it's the other way around. Okay, so sometimes that can be helpful. All right, let's get rid of that and let's get this wrapped up real quick. I want to isolate my indexes. There we go. Oh, got a bunch of cleanup that I need to do in here. Got this, and this to get rid of. This, probably, let's say that. Let's do some. Don't have any idea what might have been the original through there. That's, this part's obvious. All right, so you can see the interpretation can get a little bit dicey. But like right in here, I've got a line here, but I've got one in between. So I don't know which actually goes with which. There's 10, 190. I think I see now, maybe. If that is left alone, then that will come down to there. This will come down to there. This, okay. So back to that join nearest. Here to here to here to here to here. All right, so that would be, excuse me, that would be the process to get those into single lines that you can manipulate a little easier. And then you would set your elevations based on, our line labels, etc., based on our text. Now, to speed this up so you can get a little bit, because you can sit there and do this for the next 4 hours. There's no point in doing that. Let's open a file that had been in process and is working. And it is in the working folder, and it should be called Harmer Storage -takeoffs. Okay. Ignore the missing shape files, saving, okay, say show proxy graphics, say okay. And you should see something like this, at which point we're going to select the hatch and we want to get rid of those hatches. So if I take off subgrade areas, erase subgrade hatches, if that's where that came from. I guess it wasn't. All right, so we'll just select it individually just to get rid of it. There we go. Now, there's another bit of information about that underground detention. I know of top elevation and bottom elevation. I know a density of voids and all that. So you could use that to help do your earthwork computations and adjustments. So now I don't have any need for these little wetland areas. So those were done. I've gotten rid of those. So now I've got those hatches turned off. I'm going to go to view, thaw and on all layers. And let's see what we have. I've got a layer out here that is called Civil 3D 10 boundary. So that apparently was what the original engineers used as a surface modeling boundary. And I can see, I've got one set of contours in here that seem to fit that. And then I've got some others on the outside that are sort of, looks like they're additional, right? So I've got that. I don't really care. I don't need it. I'll delete it. I do have that same situation with the duplicate drawing, the duplicate line work. So I'm going to go to my takeoff drawing cleanup, or for you, Heath, it would be on the file menu, file drawing cleanup. I will remove duplicate line work. Say okay, and let's see if that gets rid of what we're doing. Tends to be taking its time to read this selection set, so don't want to. It looks like it's getting some progress. It'll finish here in a second. But if not, we'll go fix it in a minute here. Okay, well, doesn't seem to be doing anything. I think it is, but it's not showing. So it looks like we lost Heath. Are you still able to stay just a little bit, Marissa?
Yeah.
Okay. So
when are you thinking to?
it doesn't, not too much longer. I just wanted to show a couple of ways to elevate some of these contour lines.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so if let me, all right, there we go. Finally finished that. If I exit there, I still got some elevated lines. If I yeah, those are the lines I want. So that's a layer called E contour intermediate and then E contour index. That's the ones I want to use. So I'm going to go back out to here and I'm going to say this. So I've got X contour index and X contour intermediate. So if I erase by layer X contour. There we go. That's what I was trying to get accomplished. So I've got those, and then I've also got these as my proposed contour. So when when we have those, and if you remember those contour labels, now I've got these for my proposed labels. Those are good. I do not see any for my existing, however, I know where they are, where I can get them. So for right now, I'm going to isolate those two layers, and I'm going to get some label information so I know how to fix it. Now, I would also use, can you see those square cutouts? So that's where they had some kind of a label sitting over top of it, and they used it to clip the drawings. Okay, so I'm not going to fix that right now. I mean, I could, and I would obviously would hope to have better information, but here's where we have that information and we can get it. It's another tool for us. So I'm going to go back to this thing I pulled from the PDF, and I see this particular thing is on this vSite topo CTR text. It's on its own layer. So if I isolate those, I can copy those from this drawing into the other drawing. Now, the problem is I stuck this drawing in at some arbitrary position in the world, and I don't know how to get those to line up unless I turn on something that's common to both files. So let's go ahead and turn everything back on, and I see this red property line. If I use that bottom corner as my common place, I should be okay. So I want to take I'm just going to draw a line for reference from here out to here. And I'm going to put it on the same layer as that text. So I'm going to match, choosing that text as a source and that as the destination. I now will then isolate that layer. Now I've got a common point. If I use that point in this file and that point in this file, that then should be the same orientation. Okay, so I'm going to select all of the things that I want. Now these are more than just, well, they're not more than just, they're different from text. These are, well, there's some drawing elements. I don't need those. I'll hold the shift key down and draw a window to deselect them. But this is not really text. These are just, you know, graphic things, but I'm going to use them as indicators and then I can get rid of them later. But I've got them selected, but how do I get them from one drawing to the other? Now, if I want to take them from, you know, right here in this drawing and put them over here in this drawing, that's just a copy command, a CAD copy command. So I'm going to choose, instead of CAD copy, I need to do a clipboard copy. And I want to do a copy with the base point. Okay. So that's going to be that endpoint. All right. So it did it, took all of that stuff. It made that endpoint. Now I'm going to go to my other drawing and I'm going to say, edit clipboard, paste. And it wants me to choose the insertion point. Well, now I'm going to come down here and choose that same endpoint. And as long as I had the same, looks like I didn't. Oh, yes, it, well, no. All right, I may need to, let's see if I go back to here. All right, so let's isolate this and this. Now we'll be able to fix it. Okay, yeah, okay. So I had this line of labels, this line of labels, and that line of labels. So that should be okay. So now if I select all of this stuff, with the exception of this and this and that, copy with the base point, that corner. Okay, so now when I go over to here, I can paste it to that corner, and if it doesn't line up, I can roll it, rotate it, do whatever I need to do. So I'm going to now go to Edit, Clipboard, and Paste, and I'll go to that corner, and you see what happens. It's not, it's not rotated correctly. So what I need to do is to be able to rotate that. And here's a couple of ways of doing it. I can paste it as a block so I can manipulate it easier as a single element, or let's do it with the alignment. If I edit and clipboard paste, and this time instead of trying to match that corner, I'm just going to come out here arbitrarily and paste it like this. Okay. So now I know I want to get all of those labels into my stuff in relation to the way this compares to that. So I'm going to align. So I'm going to choose Edit, Align, 2D Align. Select the objects. Well, I'm just going to select those text objects. I didn't even get this one. I'm just getting those text labels, except they're not really text. All right. Now it wants to know this source point destination, source destination. So even though I'm not selecting this, I can still use it. So I'm going to go from that corner to this corner. And I'm going to go from that corner to that corner. And it wants to know, okay, there's a slightly different scale I see. And do I want to scale them based on the alignment points? Yes, I do that as well. So it took all of that stuff, picked it up, held this point to here, rotated it this point to there, and then made it bigger or smaller, however it needed to do to make it match as if that was exactly over that. And now I can get rid of this, and I can now use my labels to help line up my my contours, so I know what to use for those. So I'm going to erase, or not, sorry, not erase. I'm going to edit, view rather, isolate layer. So I want to get the label, and then I want to get, one each of the index and one of the intermediate contours. Now I see up here I've got these individual lines. They've been joined, but they're of a line type that shows the gap. So I'm going to set a smaller line type so you can see that a little bit better. And I'm also going to, now these are probably, if I select this, I'm saying that's probably sitting at elevation 970. It is, I see down here at my status bar. So to show you the tools then for that command to do this, I'm going to take everything here all the polylines, and I'm going to make their elevation 0, okay? So that we can see how to put this at their right elevation, okay? Now I'm going to also make sure that I have in my settings, configure, take off settings. I want to make sure I've got this assigned colors by automatic update. And so if it has no elevation, make it red. So that's set. That's now set for there. There's my other. There's my existing. So I want to go to this existing business, and that's actually had taken that from a file, but I'm going to make it from layers. And I'm going to choose those from my E contour index and intermediate. Move to existing, save, or move to and then save. So if I turn on my existing, there they are, but they're all red because they have no elevation. Now I also want to turn on that layer, which was E, I think. It's the one that had the contour text. Was it this? What's this? What is that? V, site topo. Okay, so let's go back. We'll turn this off to keep it from being so cluttered. We'll go here to existing. We'll take that off and move it back to other. We'll go to other. We'll find that V dash UV site topo contour text. Move that to existing. Move to save, exit. There we go. Now, let's use that to help us elevate these contours really, really quickly, okay? So what I can do when I look at this is I see that I start at an elevation here of 860, 870, 80, 90, 10. So they're going by 10s, meaning that they're going by 2s in between, right? And that goes 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30. I just want to make sure I keep continuing uphill. 10, 80, 90, 1100, 1110, 1120. So it looks like my trend is to be climbing up the hill from the road. Okay. Same thing here, 870, 860. So 860 is the one I know. So if I want to choose that 860 and go uphill from there, what would I do for that? Have you found that command yet? Have you been using it yet? And remember how we've been doing 2D to 3D polyline based on some tools here, but we're going to, instead of doing that, we're going to say, this is a particular one called contour elevations. And you can do those as multiple in series from labels, and the labels have to be text. These are not text, or a single elevation, but a group of different contours. So we're going to do this as multiple in series. And what it's going to do when it asks us that is to tell it what is the interval, what is the layer, if we want to change layers, if we want to change line types and all that kind of stuff. We won't change them other than just giving them the elevation. So I'm going to go every 2 feet for the interval on the minors, okay? And since I'm not changing, I don't have to set this stuff over here because it's going to use that and start to raise these contours, and it will take care of, regardless of which layer it's on, it will take care of raising them by 2 feet. All right, so 2 feet is my interval. I'm going to say okay. And now if I look down below, it's asking me for a first point. So what I'm trying to do is to draw a line that crosses as many of these as I can get. And you know, so every time I cross that, now if I happen to be on one or miss one and it gets broken, you'll see what happens here in a minute. So it says my beginning elevation 1124. That's because that's the number that was sitting there the last time I ran the command, but the number I'm actually using is 860. So 860. Now, how does that go? Uphill or downhill? So it goes uphill, and you're going to see what happens. So now that line crossed all of these lines, and they have been set to the right elevation. I'll do a couple of spot checks now. I'll go to my inquiry, drawing inspector. I'll right click and I'll just say turn off layer name, right click and turn on elevation. I'll hover the mouse. That's 1120. That's 1110. I come up here, that's 1120. That should be 1130, 40, etc., etc. Now you notice it missed a few because of the gaps. Okay, so that's not a problem. So if I see now that this contour line should be the same elevation as that contour line, and this should be the same as that contour line, this should be the same as that. So I can do this same thing that I can either join that line or just go ahead and leave the gap, and I can say elevate. And because again it's a contour, I'm going to assign contour elevation a single in group. That's not really, I don't really need to, no, I don't really want to do it as a single group. Let's say elevate, let's set polyline to elevation instead of a contour. So now my choice is to select or to enter. So I'm going to say select because I don't really care what it is. I don't need to know what it is, but I know it's this one. So I select that. It's now read that. And now I select the things I want to change. I want to change that one. And I want to change that one. And I'll say enter. And now they've changed. And you see what it's doing with the color. That is the beauty of that setting. So I'll do the very same thing. Repeat that command, selecting that, and then choosing this and this and this. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. All right. So that's a way to get this stuff done very quickly. Now I can also go, because I could do all this stuff in series like I did coming up the hill. I don't have to do this stuff so piecemeal. So if I see this elevation, I see that's 1188, that's 1190, or should be, it's 0. So I'll go back now to takeoff, elevate, assign contour elevations in series, and that's going to be from, we'll keep the 2 feet, but it's going to go from here up to here. Now notice I'm crossing some things that already have elevation. That's okay, it doesn't matter. But 1256 it suggests as the last one because that's where it finished running, but it's not. This was to be 1190. So I'll say 1190 and it's going up. All right, so now there's 1178, 1180, 1188, 1190, 1200, 1210, etc. Okay. So when I look at that also in my 3D viewer. And if I ignore 0, see, I've got a really good means of defining that existing ground. And again, it's just based on contours, granted, but at least I've got enough of them to give me some kind of definition. So all I need to do then is to finish setting that up, pay some attention down here in the roadway to get what I need. And if I don't need any of this stuff out here, I don't need to worry about fooling with it. I can limit it to, if you recall, this right here is actually the limit of my interest. I don't care. Even though my property line is back here, I don't care about all that. I don't need to use all that. All I really need is what's inside that boundary. So, you know, that would be my approach to that, is to set that as your boundary and disregard all of this other stuff out here. You might need a few things like, you know, you might need to set these contour elevations, and you might need to know there's a right here's a concrete storm drain that comes out of there. Well, that may be part of your project. It's not part of the MPDES boundary. That's the boundary of the disturbed area, but this is actually still part of the job. So, you know, be aware of some practical considerations of the project. And then you would set that information. There's also, you know, we also have from the grading plan, the proposed contours, which are those blue ones there. And if I see those, it's hard to show them. But yeah, you see, can you see the edges of that road? Right. No, it's really, there it is. You see that edge right there? That's a road. And it was elevated by crossing those contour lines. And there was another time when I had done this and I elevated those lines. Here's the contour lines. I used them to raise the elevations of these. And there was a time when I did that. Let's just see if I look at that one by itself, that it, no, that one's been corrected. But when the first time I had done this work, it had crossed something that was at the wrong elevation. And this came down like this, and then it shot way up in the air about 30 feet and came back down and went on its merry way. So that's why looking at all this stuff in 3 dimensions is vitally important as part of that workflow. Okay. And with that, it being after 5 o'clock and it's a Friday, I don't want to hold you up for getting onto your weekend. But that I hope has given you a place and a workflow and an approach on how to set some of this stuff up, and the way Takeoff does it by membership on layers. And then you are going to basically make existing, make design, calculate your volumes, and run your reports. And the rest is just refinement from that. Okay. Any questions that you may or may not have thought of? Hello? All good? Okay, Marissa, are you still there? I see you're connected, but I don't hear you. So anyway, well, I will stop that. I'll post the videos to you and Heath. and let me know if there's any questions that come up later. All right. So have a good weekend. I will now